the beautiful Invercargill, and we've got here one of the great mayors of New Zealand, Nobby Clark, and he's come here to give us a few words of wisdom. So I'm really looking forward to that. Nobby, thank you for coming.
And you'll see Mike's the man I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah.
On the website.
Oh, hi, Mike. This is another man, another good man here.
Yes, indeed.
So we're in for a great night. And yeah. So do you want to say anything, Nobby?
I do.
Go on then.
So how much time have I got?
You got a bit. You can take as long as you like, because you've actually got a bit more time because we're not starting for another 12 minutes. So we can just chat. Nobby, what do you say? Oh, maybe I should just interview you.
Yes.
And say to you, do you want? You're going to speak into that, right?
I'll do whatever you want.
Okay, Nobby. How did you become interested in co-governance? That's on.
Oh, yeah. Probably through being on council last term. I was deputy mayor in Ascot. What really upset me was the push by central government on three waters. That's where the co-government really kicked in. Plus I was alerted early on in the piece about He Pua Pua, which is the strategic document for the next 20 years for central government around how they deal with iwi. Both of those just made me angry.
Right. So it was really three waters, He Pua Pua,
Yep.
got you really going,
Yep.
and then the influence of central government on local government.
Yep. I've been opposed to three waters, which is the main discussion point, I guess, for iwi, about that the 50-50 model that they're going to have for about 3 years now. Mm-hmm. I've been quite a lone voice, makes me very unpopular with some of my mayoral colleagues. Really interesting that many of them actually agree with me, but will not say so publicly.
Why do you think that is? Why won't they agree with you publicly?
They don't want to be like you and me.
They don't want to be harassed and intimidated and bullied?
Yep. I've been regularly called in recent times a white, elevated male with status that's biased and racist. And so that scares people off.
Yeah, of course, this is one of the big strategies of the elite iwi coup is that they're using psychological warfare, and they think that if you call somebody a racist, then that's going to cause them to lie down and go away,
Sure.
And then they can push through unopposed with their agenda. Is that how you'd see it?
That's my view of the world. But people say to me, are you anti-Maori? Well, I'm clearly not anti-Maori. What I'm anti is this left-wing woke government that allows Maori to have way more power than they should have.
Right. So we're going to be looking into that, and I'm definitely not anti-Maori. I'm with you on that. I've got Maori who are friends, and we have Maori probably in here tonight in this meeting. Let me have a look around because there we go. Welcome. We often have Maori in the meetings, but we're accused of not having any Maori in the meetings. And the only thing that disqualifies anybody from coming in here is if you're an activist. So it doesn't matter about the colour of your skin, whether you're Chinese or Samoan or Tongan or Filipino. If you want to disrupt the meeting, or you're a European or whoever you are, if you want to disrupt the meeting, you will not be allowed in. So we just say, just be respectful, and you're our friend. You can stay as long as you like. So we're not racist, and we definitely don't, bar anybody from coming, except if they're an activist. And we want to protect the right of people who've come to hear what's going to be said tonight. So there's a lot more people in there than out there. So we want to protect your right to listen. And that's a free speech issue. So what do you think of that?
Well, I guess the other thing is, I know Mike's here somewhere, wherever he is. Yes, he's waving here. Unlike most of the media, who are dictated to by the government, that $55 million
Public Interest Journalism Fund.
Correct. It dictates what the editors do and don't run with. I know that because I've tried to have some stories about co-governance into the mainstream media and they won't print. But Mike, unlike some of those, he'll just come along and tell the truth. And so that's, if we don't have a fair media, then we're heading down a pretty slippery slope as well.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that I've been really targeted by the media.
Sure.
And virtually everything they say is untrue, and it's nearly always unbalanced. You know that? They only interview the activists and the people who are anti-me, and you never hear any of the people who are in favour of me, and they never get asked. And so it's all very unbalanced and one-sided, and it's basically just propaganda. Hey, tell me what you think of this, Nobby, of the people being appointed on councils. Mari Iwi just being appointed without being elected. What's your view on that?
I was opposed right from day one,
Right.
but I was in the minority in our council. Every 6 years, councils get to look at where they have Maori wards. We offered a Maori ward to local iwi. They turned it down. And then after that, they end up with 2 representatives as opposed to 1 on our councils. They can't vote on the decision making at the top level, but they certainly have some input in the committees that make recommendations. And democratically, I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Of course it's not.
I wonder, well, why wouldn't they want a Maori ward? Well, I know the answer to that. But I think they've got their eyes set on a higher level of input. They have a vision of being 50-50.
Well, they actually have a vision of being much more than 50-50, because through the power of veto, they're going to be 100-100.
Yep. So
we've got a really big constitutional democratic issue rising here. Yeah.
So how that works when you look at 3 waters as an example, people say, oh, why shouldn't they have an equal stakeholding given the treaty applications, which I don't agree with anyway. But as you quite allude to, it's not how many votes you have around the table, it's how the legislation is written. So the legislation on 3 waters says that to make any significant changes, you need 75%. So what that basically means is that half the votes will sit with the councils and the other half will sit with iwi. So at any stage, unless you can move some of those iwi votes, you go nowhere.
So if iwi stick together with the voting, they could basically have the.
They can't get the 75% unless they get some of the council votes, but they can veto what all the councils collectively want.
Right.
They have matching votes.
And what do you think of that?
I think it's a load of the old proverbial. Yep.
Would you like me to fill in on those words?
No, well, look, the basic is he's giving us a cut across this road.
We're ready to go now? Cut. Okay, we're getting, this is a live stream, so that's, thank you for, I want to give you a little bit more time at the beginning.
Yeah.
So you just stay there,
yes,
and we'll get you on there. All right? Because you're a valuable leader. Okay, I want to get a few blocks. Okay, this man's we're not going to start just yet because we've got another few minutes to go. But I wouldn't mind saying just off the camera while this guy's going to get some vox pops, which you know what a vox pop is, and they ask people, why did you come tonight? So I'm interested, shall I ask him for you, my cameraman here? How many came here, just how many, would anybody like to say why they came tonight? It's not, because there's no free food. And there's no free anything really. How many came because, yes sir?
I come because I want to find out what's going on and what you've got to say, and I want to be enlightened.
Okay, great. He says, I want to hear what Julian's got to say that's me, and I want to be enlightened and I want to know what's going on. Is that right?
Yep.
Pretty much. Yeah. Why did you come, sir?
Well, simply because anything that stymies free speech is not a good thing in my mind.
Okay, just say that again for the camera, into the camera for me.
Okay, anything that stymies free speech in this country is against my thoughts.
Okay, very good. Anything that's against, thank you, lovely. Anything that's against free speech is against what he believes, this lovely gentleman here. Anybody else got some thoughts about why they came tonight? Who's frightened of saying anything? Okay, another gentleman down the back there. You just need to repeat your question. Could you follow him down with a microphone so that he can actually say it so we can all hear? Please? Okay, but we just want to make sure we can hear his question. I'm interested in why you came. It's interesting.
Yeah, hold on. Just talk a little. Democracy, Julian. One person, one vote.
All right. There's another point of view. He wants democracy, one person, one vote. All votes have got equal value. So Mr. Hipkins, the value of his vote is the same as the average Joe Blow on the street. We've all got the same power when it comes to voting. Is that good? Yes or no? Okay, we need you to be really enthusiastic tonight. Some of you might not say sure. All right, well, who else came for another reason? Oh, this gentleman over here, yes, sir.
Yeah, I've had a guts full of Maori language being shoved down our throats. It's been done such a way that would make Joseph Goebbels proud. And I was in an elevator in a government building the other day, and it had something like whaka waka 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 whaka, big print, small print, lift. And that's the last straw for me. I've had a guts for it. Basically, yeah.
Okay, how many others would agree with him that they don't like the forced speaking of Maori? Okay, fair enough. This is a free speech country. You say what you like. How many have seen my Rowan Atkinson video on my website? Rowan Atkinson, the very humorous British comedian, and what he says. How many saw that? Well, Rowan Atkinson says free speech should be allowed everywhere, and the more we're offended, the better. That's what he says. So I kind of like that, because I feel like, you know, anybody can offend me with anything they say, and I just consider what they say, and if they offend me, well, that's my problem. Right? I just want to hear what everybody's got to say. Yes, madam, let's have a lady.
Well, I came because you cannot believe anything that's in the paper or over the radio, so I want to hear it straight from your mouth.
Okay, not the horse's mouth, that's good. So we are at the race course, but I like what she said. She said, I'm not the horse here at the race course. This lady says, I don't believe anything the media says. And you know what, she's quite right, because I'm going to show you some stuff tonight about the media and how they've been bought by the $55 million public interest journalism fund. But you know, there's a lot of people who are just sucked in by the media. They think everything the media says is kind of like the gospel. It's the truth. Well, it's very far from the truth, let me tell you that, because I have an event here like this, and then I put on an event, and then I read about what they say about it, and it's still like a different event completely. It doesn't bear any resemblance to reality of that event at all. So, makes me think, I wonder how many other stories they're lying about.
And how many years have they been lying?
Yeah, and how many years, the lovely lady here says, how many years have they been lying to us? Yeah, well, this is all good. Forever. Okay, well, she's really sure. Okay,
My problem is that they keep shutting down all the meetings.
Okay, this man here...
I don't think that's fair.
Just say that again, Chris, for the...
Well, they keep shutting down all the meetings. All the meetings we go to and have, councils and everyone else shuts them down, stops at the last minute, says it's posh health and safety, and they close them down, so people can't have a chance to have a free speech.
Very good. Okay, I think we've pretty much got enough. I just want to know one thing. As I always do a little bit of a survey. That was very good. This guy's very good. This is Brian, by the way. How many people came here as a result of getting a book in their letterbox? Okay, how many came here as a result of word of mouth? Whoa, look at that. That's the vast majority. So that was from somebody who'd been to one of my meetings? Must be. How did you know it was happening? Who said that? Okay, so how many came through social media? Okay, that's about, well, I'd say a good third. Most of you have come through word of mouth. Social media, how many got a flyer in the letterbox? Okay, a few of you, that's good. How many heard Sean Plunkett on the radio? Okay, quite a few too, that's interesting. Okay, did you hear my interview with Sean Plunkett? Very good, sir. That was the one about the mayor, the nasty, awful mayor in Balclutha. Tonight we've got a beautiful mayor. Nobby, come over here. Tonight... All right, Nobby's got the Union Jack on here. He looks like a British football player. So let's have you over here. Let's have you over here. And we're just going to have Nobby do a few words. Okay, before we even start, just before we get into the formality stuff, I just got to get you to do something. See on here, and I'll have you guys give out pens. And the pens are just somewhere there, just somewhere. Okay, the pens are here. Here they all are. So you guys get the pens out. I just want you to fill this in, please, because what I'm going to do tonight, you just put your name, address, phone number on here. Not your address, just your name and your phone number and your email. And write as clearly as possible, please. No doctors writing, thanks. Because it's a real pain for us when we have to decipher what you're writing. And some of you think, oh, this must be a medical doctor, and this one must be a medical doctor. So try and write it as clearly as possible. And then what I'll do is I'll send you, if you fill this in, I will send you the PowerPoint slides of my entire show tonight. Would you like that? Okay, only one of you. So only one of you needs to fill it in. All right, now I want you to fill it in so that you get my PowerPoint slides, because you really want to get those, because it's like you get the story. Okay. Hey, Fred, my man. You know, here's a great Māori friend. His name is Fred, and Fred has been to several meetings, but he's a fine Māori. I love him. So, you know, this is great. Okay, so just fill in those forms, and we'll have a little bit of music. Shall I put some music on just to make it like you're at the dentist? Just relax you a bit. Ready for the drilling? Shall I put some music on? Okay. Hey, I hope we get a good shot of all the lovely people here. So you might have to go around and get a pan through the good crowd. We will in a minute. Just 1 second. We've got a few things we've got to do. Hi, mate. Good to have you here. Nice to have you here. Are you Chinese? Malaysian? Chinese Malaysian. I love to see these cultures. You know, we've got 100. I know you're a Kiwi, but you know what? We've got 160 cultures in this country. Did you know that? We have. We've got 160 cultures here. So we're not just, you know, one group and the rest. We're a whole lot of us. We're all Kiwis, New Zealanders. All right. So I need somebody to, Vicky, and some of the other guys, Fred, can you just go through and pick up these forms off everybody so we can gather them in once they're finished, and the pens, so we can distribute the pens around the place. This is great. Okay, clicked in the forms. Phil, you can click in some forms, please. Start from the back. Just clicked in some forms and some pens, please, so we keep this rolling quickly. Just go from the back. Give Phil some pens. Yep. Yep. That's a good line for me to stay on. In here. Ooh, I want to get a bit closer to here, though, you see. Okay, too bad. Oh, anyway, we'll have to try, and I'll try that. But I don't like being far away from the people, because that's a good communication thing. All right, it doesn't matter if the light's not too good. All right, have we got everything? Just anywhere, just whatever you do, don't lose them. They can go anywhere. Okay, this is a great crowd. We've pretty much filled the room, a few spare seats here, and we've still got a few minutes, and I know we're just got to get going now, so we'll close the doors. That's it, we're in. Now, I'm just going to explain a couple of things before we go, a couple of housekeeping things. The toilets are at the back through those doors. If you need to get out of the building in case there's a fire exit there, and there's a fire exit down there. And so the other thing that I need to mention to you is that we filled in the forms, and we will have a break on every hour. Pretty much every hour we're going to be here for maybe over 2 hours. Sometimes it could be 3. But we're going to have, every hour we have a break, so that those over 50, I know what it's like. And I know that, you know, we need to just remember about that. So we will have a break on the hour. All right. Now we've got some very simple rules here. I'm the speaker. It's my meeting, and believe it or not, and you've come to hear what I've got to say, I think, and also to hear Nobby Clark, our mayor. I know a lot of you have come to hear what he's got to say, and I'm just as interested in what he's got to say as what I've got to say. So that's good. Now, if anybody wants, you don't shout anything out or start shouting anything out. If there's any activists in here, we are going to tell you to leave if you start shouting things out. At the end, we have discussion. So at the end of the meeting, we're going to have some discussion, and you're going to have to be able to, you can ask questions then. But just don't let me lose my flow of thought, and we're being in for a great night. Is that fair enough, yes or no? Yes. Okay, so, all right, so I've explained the rules, and now over to my favourite mayor in New Zealand, apart from the mayor of Kaipara, who's Craig Jepson, and he's another great mayor. So you've got some great mayors, and Nobby Clark is one of them. So let's give Nobby a hand for coming tonight. And Do you want Nobby to come and stand here? Where would you want him to stand? Right here, Nobby. I think they want you here. This is all part of like being... When you're famous, Nobby, you've got to do what you're told. Okay.
Can you turn his microphone off now? You can. All right, for those who don't know me, I'm Nobby Clark, Mayor of Invercargill. And so, just so that the people that get upset when I talk publicly are not upset after this, this is my view of the world, all right? Not my full council view. But it is fair to say everybody around the council table at the moment is pro-democracy, and the majority of the councillors around the table are also opposed to co-governance. And so we've tested the water that with Three Waters. So I'm just going to run you for about 5-10 minutes through my little journey with this and why I'm so opposed. So I have to read some notes to make sure I don't miss out on things. Don't normally do that, normally just shoot from the hip. But I want to make sure I get things right tonight. So I'm very upset and have been for probably decades on the one-sided interpretation of the treaty. It talks about partnership and it talks about the principles of the treaty. And every time I look at the treaty, both Maori and European versions of it, I don't see anything about the principles of it. It's written in 3 articles and very, very simple 3 articles as well. And it's been distorted for many decades now and doesn't put our world in a very healthy situation. So one of the things that I would like to see going is I'd like to see the government pay Ngāpuhi out, which is the largest tribe, the tribe in the north, very north, and then close down the Waitangi Tribunal and start to operate as a multicultural society, not as a bicultural society. But one thing that undermines our democracy more than anything else is the current cancel culture, which is a new word that comes off online, cancel culturing. And what it basically means is if you don't like the message, then you just criticise the messenger. So my colleague over here, I see some things online about him, over and above the fact that he's white and male, and he's probably a right-wing Christian, and I think he's got a few dollars as well. So really he shouldn't have a voice in New Zealand. Or so the critics would say. Well, you did invite me, didn't you?
It's amazing how the devil gets into a meeting.
Yes. But look, it's really interesting. I've spoke at the recent meeting that we had in Invercargill, which was the Taxpayers Union and Federated Farmers around resource management. And it was really interesting. I got a lot of flack for that because I said some things that I shouldn't have said. But I'll say it again because at the end of the day, you've got to be true to what you believe. So I don't believe in the bastardisation of the European language. So that basically means I don't believe that we should mix Te Reo and English together. There is a place for both. I don't have any problems with that. I'm a strong supporter of people learning Te Reo. My grandkids learn it at school. And I'm very much in favour of naming. I heard somebody before talking about naming of buildings. I'm very much in favour of bilingual names, but not one at the expense of the other. That's where we're heading at the moment. It's a really slippery slide on that respect. But I get called a racist on many occasions, and I've had colleagues at council, iwi colleagues at council, who refer to me as a white, old, pale, stale person of priority or some importance in the community that's biased and racist. And I recently said to the woman that said that to me, thank you very much. And you've also got an honours degree in social work and work in Wellington. If I referred to you as a black woman of status that was biased and racist, I'd be hung and quartered down the main street of Invercargill. So we can't have any more of this shooting the messenger down. It erodes our democracy. It creates an us and them in our community. So we've got to stop doing that. And I'm quite proud to be Maori. It's really interesting because nobody knows what my family tree looks like. I've got Maori, Aborigine, Pacific Islands, Thai, all mixed into my tree. But I don't need to say those things to be able to have a voice, because every culture should have a voice in New Zealand. We're all Kiwis, yes, you're quite right. So you would have heard in the media today, my colleague, and I use the word colleague very loosely, the Mayor of Clutha, makes some very derogatory remarks about democracy. So for those who haven't read it, because it was in that paper that I won't mention, but it's 1,000 times, he said something to the words that protest and counter-opinion is what vibrant democracy is all about. Well, I thought, that's great. Now, then went on to say, how could federated farmers sit in the same room as a taxpayers' union? Well, why can't they? They've got counter views on some things, but they have some common views as well. And then he went on to say, when information is used to reflect only one group's protest, democracy no longer exists. And let's call it Russia or some tin pot state. How do we think about that? And I said, so this man's got a radical, what you might call right-wing view. I wouldn't go that far to say he's that far right, but never mind. So does that mean that I then have to cast aside the Maori Party, which has a very left-wing and very radical viewpoint? Well, no, I don't. They've got free voice. I don't agree with them, but they have a right to be heard, and if they were here tonight, I'd give them the microphone and give them their say. So cancelling people out is not the smart way to go. We touched on before about where I came into the risks of co-governance. So co-governance is a bit of a slippery slide. So what it says is, in Article 3 of the treaty, it says that we are now equal, that Maori would have equal rights with, in the sovereign state that was created. And equal to me means that every person's equal. It doesn't mean that small clusters suddenly become overbearingly powerful at the expense of others. So while I hear some of my iwi colleagues say to me, well, 50-50 can't be all that bad. Well, it actually is worse than that, because if you look at some of the legislation that's been kicked through recently, and Three Waters is the one that really got me wound up, it said councils each have one vote on the authority. So that's what we're heading to in Otago Southland. The councils will have 8 votes, and iwi will have 8 votes. Now, you'd say, well, that's a shared partnership. But it's not, because all the legislation around Three Waters says things can only be changed, significant things can only be changed with a 75% shareholder stake. So that means, if you stop thinking about it, all the councils could want to do something, but if the iwi hold out, nothing changes. So they have really a veto vote. And that's what's happening. Labor's being a little bit smart at the moment, because they know that things are getting a bit testy for them. So when you look at the Resource Management Act that's come along just more recently, they don't have that co-governance into it, but what they do is they have 3 layers of authority, and at each layer, iwi can determine what the dialogue will be, and we cannot ignore that voice. So I often get a bit strung up by Ngāi Tahu as well, and what I'm about to tell you is nothing new, because they know about this. So some figures for you. In New Zealand, 17% of the population are Maori. What happens is that government creates legislation that includes Maori statements. When it gets to local, we don't deal with Maori, we deal with mana whenua. So for those who don't know what that means, mana whenua is the people of the land. So that's Ngāi Tahu in Southland. The others are mata waka. So mata waka means those that have come from the north. Some have lived here for generations. And the dilemma we face in the South Island is mata waka are 60% of the population for Maori. So when we go consulting with Ngāi Tahu, we lose that other voice. They don't have a say, and anybody that sits in this room who is involved with mata waka here will know that. They don't get consulted on anything. So that's one of the things that I have going forward. While we have 2 mana whenua reps self-appointed onto our committees, I'm going to try and get a 3rd one in so that mata waka at least has a voice. And so when the government talks about dealing with iwi, they don't actually deal with iwi, they just deal with mana whenua. And that disenfranchises a majority of the Maori in the South Island. North Island's totally different. So that doesn't sit well with me for democracy. And it annoys me that as we go forward, this will get worse and worse and worse. And so I just want to make sure in my short time in politics, and the beauty is I can be a little bit outspoken, and people can hold me to account, because I'm only standing for one election, so 2 years and 3 months and about 7 or 8 days later, I'll be finished here, and when I'm finished, somebody else can have the reins. But in the interim, I will not be scared of anybody. Don't have a fear of that. Well, no, before you clap, there is a caveat to that. She's sitting over there, and I am scared of her. I am scared of her. So I'm very much opposed to the decay of democracy under three waters. So that's for, I guess, for three reasons. One is that population issue I talked about. I don't understand how in the South Island, Mana Whenua, which is Ngāi Tahu, has only 4.8% of the population and will have 50% of the stakeholding in all these government agencies. So I don't get that. And I don't like the fact that we lose them the Mana Whenua vote. And people say to me, well, you're racist, you're anti-Maori. Well, I am not anti-Maori in any shape and form. I've got Maori in my family tree. I'm very much into iwi partnership, which is what it used to be, which is you deal with people on a one-on-one basis. If I go to somebody like Michael Skerritt or Terry Nicholas or somebody like that are senior in the tribe, they don't look at me and sit down and say, well, we've got a 50% stakeholding and you've got a 50%. We just sit there as two people and talk about the things that are important. And so one of the things that I'm not skilled at is tihanga Maori, which means the protocol around maraes and at meetings. So I don't speak te reo by choice. I've had training, but I don't. But what I do is I do more of the, less of the speaking and more of the delivery. So a good example is that the two things that face us in Southland more than anything else in the next 5 years is two things and two things only. A shortage of housing, that's major for us. Well, sorry, three things really. Lack of fresh water, because we have all our water coming out of the river. If that's ever compromised at Branksome, we've got 2 days of water. And the third thing is lack of renewable energy. So we've got a lot of big industries coming our way, as you will have heard me say, hydrogen plants, aquaculture down in Bluff, data banks, probably 2 of them. So these are major industries that need power, but we just don't have enough. So they're the things that face us, and not the things that we're squabbling over around with iwi. So very much in favour of doing things like that. My vision is before I die, and that may be sooner than I think, depending whether I get home safe tonight, is that I'd like to think that we work towards having a multicultural society with a bicultural take on it. So I don't want to undermine the treaty. The treaty has been distorted all over the place, and if you ever want to really get a good eyes up, you read the book called Twisting the Treaty. It's an interesting book written by about a dozen professors in New Zealand, and I'm probably stealing his thunder by telling you this. Oh, so it's an interesting book to read. It tells you the truth about the treaties and the way it's been dealt with in the last 100 years or so. And I gave that to an iwi leader about 3 years ago, and I said, look, can you read this and tell me whether this is a lot of right-wing rubbish coming from a Pākehā perspective? And he read it and came back to me and said, historically, it's absolutely correct. So the treaties were written very, very simply to make sure that everybody had an equal footing once they all joined up, or once they signed up. And Hobson's final words to each of the chiefs when he signed the treaty was, we are now one people. Well, I wouldn't get a hand up in this room to think that we are now one people. Jesus, my person I fear the most is tapping the watch. He said I've got quarter an hour. And so the final thing for me is that I was a bit embarrassed about the fact that we couldn't get a decent venue in Invercargill. It seems to me that everybody's prepared to tag these guys, and I don't know how radical they are and what their message is, but the principle is you should have a right to say what you want to say and not be fearful of that. The fact that they couldn't get a venue around town, well actually they had 3 or 4 venues, and every time they got scuttled by people coming in the back door saying, you know, these guys are racist, they're anti-Maori, you shouldn't be entertaining them. Well, you know, we've got Maori Party and others that pronounce things that aren't all that good either. But we still let them have a voice, and I would still open up any venue for anybody that wants to. There's probably a few extreme groups you wouldn't want to go to. But look, democracy is all about having a voice, and if you don't have that, you don't have anything. So I guess that's my my few minutes worth of speech.
Thank you, Nobby.
And I appreciate you being here tonight, and a bit embarrassed that we couldn't get you a bigger venue that you could have promoted in a normal sort of way and get a bigger crowd. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Nobby. Very good. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, we'll just give that back to you guys. Well, that was interesting. Thank you, Nobby. I learnt some things there. You know what? I'm not right-wing. I'm not even left-wing. You know what I am? I'm just a guy that tells the truth. I don't belong to any political party as such. I'm not batting for any political party tonight. I'm just interested in the truth. And so tonight, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get the truth. And that's neither left-wing nor right-wing. If the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, that's the truth. It's not right-wing or left-wing. True? Come on, some of you are thinking hard about that. You're going, oh, wait a minute, I've got to think about that. Well, that's the truth. I'm into truth. So tonight, we're going to talk about truth. Now, I want you to look at this, and I want you to show this to the viewers at home. Apparently, we've had 200 comments already, because this is being live streamed all around the country. So there's people all over New Zealand watching this. So you better be careful. And if you want to get my blog every day and I have to keep in contact with you, then I want you to get that number on there. If you can just write it down, jot it down, take a photo of it, and especially for all you viewers at home, then you'll receive my blog. So I want everybody here to get my blog, because I'll tell you, it's so important that I keep in connection with you, because I'll tell you why that's so important. So here's Mr. Hipkins, and here's Mr. Hipkins, here's Mr. Luxon. And today we're being obedient to the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition. Well, they have both exhorted New Zealanders to discuss co-governance. So that's what we're doing. So I want you to give yourselves a clap for being good, obedient little citizens discussing co-governance. Okay, only one person clapped. I want you to give yourselves a clap for being good, obedient citizens, obedient to your leadership. Thank you very much. Another two. All right. So let's hear what Mr. Hipkins has to say, and then I'll make a comment or two about what he's going to say. So we got the sound right, you boys? It's going to have to go up a lot, quickly.
Co-governance came up.
Oh, hang on, sorry. I'm sorry, you guys should have been able... No, turn that down. That's the... I'm sorry, you guys. We got some nice music. That's not Mr. Hipkins. That is definitely not Mr. Hipkins. So we'll go back to him here. And let's hear what he's got to say.
Come over here. Prime Minister, co-governance came up again at Raceway yesterday. You've spoken about confusion about what the term means, and that others are misinterpreting it to raise fear. Does the government have some responsibility for that, for not explaining it properly, and what will you do to address that?
Look, as I said yesterday, co-governance can mean different things in different situations. We should have a mature discussion about it, not one that's informed by bumper sticker slogans. We should make sure that we're informing New Zealanders what we're doing and why we are doing it. As I indicated yesterday, the last National Government entered a multitude of co-governance arrangements during their time in office. And in fact, some of the co-governance, or some of the examples put forward by the National Party yesterday of initiatives that they support have elements of co-governance within them. So if we think about, kura kaupapa, for example, the wānanga, even whanaora, there's elements of co-governance within that.
So my take on that is that Mr. Hipkins is not telling the truth, because he's sort of saying he doesn't know what co-governance really is, and we should have a mature discussion about it, and he blames the National Party for doing this and that. But really, co-governance, I've written about what it actually is, and I wrote this book. How many have read this book? Yeah, put your hand up if you read the book. Okay, probably about 2/3 of the room. And this book explains what co-governance is, and it was Jacinda Ardern, taken over by Mr. Hipkins, who are actually driving co-governance and putting the metal to the pedal and accelerating it like it's never been accelerated before. How many have noticed it? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Now, if he came out and said what co-governance really was and was honest, there'd be a national uprising, because co-governance is the iwi, the elite iwi takeover of New Zealand. And if he came out and told the truth, there'd be a national uprising, there would be, there would be chaos. So I don't believe he's telling the truth, and we need to pull him up for that. And then let's hear what Mr. Luxon has to say.
Co-governance has been messily handled and explained by this government because they haven't been upfront on such a big constitutional issue. They haven't taken people with them, and as a consequence, become increasingly divisive across New Zealand.
What do you mean by the conversation has been immature around co-governance?
Well, it has been. It's been immature and divisive because essentially the Prime Minister hasn't come forward, spent her huge political capital making the case to the New Zealand people and taking them with her on it, and then having a decent debate and discussion about it. We've been calling for a decent discussion about it.
Okay, I have a real problem with Mr. Luxon as well. So both our sort of leader of the opposition, leader of the government, Mr. Luxon sort of says that co-governance is okay if it was explained properly. That's kind of what he was saying. Is that true, yes or no? Like, if you, the reason Jacinda Ardern hasn't done well with co-governance is she hasn't explained it properly. Well, you know what? No matter how well you explain cancer, it's not going to make it better. If you've got cancer, it doesn't matter how well you explain it, you're going to get rid of cancer and the thing that's destroying you or not, yes or no? No, you're not. So Mr. Luxon sort of says it's just a matter of communication. No, it's not. It's fundamentally wrong. And we're going to say no to co-governance. And tonight I'm going to show you why we're saying no, and it's going to be very clear. So I mentioned this word a lot, and I've been criticised for using this word. It's the word war. And people have said to me, you should use a softer word like conflict, or we've got some people who disagree about things. And I say, no. I've thought a lot about this. That's an English word, and it has a meaning. And if the meaning fits reality, then you use that word. So I'm not going to be woke or politically correct. I just say what's going on, and if a word fits, then I use it. So I want to talk about this word war. The Encyclopedia Britannica defines war like this. It says war, in the popular sense, is a conflict between political groups. Now, we have activists who follow us around everywhere, and I would guess that most people in here, I don't know, but would be against co-governance, and I'm definitely against co-governance, but there's a large group of people who are for it. Actually not that large, I don't think, because I have a lot of Māori who are supporting me. Ngāpuhi elders, Ngāpuhi leaders. I've got somebody who wrote to me just 2 weeks ago whose great-great-grandfather was number 45 on the Treaty of Waitangi, who's totally behind me. So this is a political conflict. And it involves hostilities. We have people who are shutting down our meetings, ringing up the hotels. We've had death threats. I've had a couple of death threats. And we've had hotel owners, venue owners who've had death threats. If you have Julian Batchelor in your venue, we're going to kill you. Or we're going to come with a bullet for you. And so what happens is these venue owners, they cave in. So we've got active terrorism going on in New Zealand, and it's following me around. And it's been going on for considerable duration, this war. It's been going on pretty much since 1975, and I write about that in my book, when Bill Rowling passed the Treaty of Waitangi Act, and that gave birth to the Waitangi Tribunal. And then corruption came in, and that's why I've got mobilised, and I'll tell you about the detail of that a bit later. And it's got magnitude, because I believe this. If co-governance keeps going, New Zealand is going to become the Zimbabwe of the South Pacific. It's going to be a ruined country. If you want to talk about it like this, like a metaphor, New Zealand is a busload of people, and we're heading for a cliff. And that cliff is very, very high, and the rocks below, if we go over it, it's unsurvivable. I'm totally against all physical violence. The Otago Daily Times, wrote a thing about me, or Julian Batchelor says he's for violence, or it might have not been that paper, but it's been said that I'm for, no, it was the Timaru Times, Herald, the Timaru Herald, is it? Okay. They said, I was for violence. No, I'm not. You fight it with this, and this, not this. How many know that? The pen is more powerful than the sword. It's much more powerful. You fight it with your brain and with your mouth. You don't use this. The people who use this are weak because they don't have much there. And they're not very capable there. But that's where the war is won. This is a political war. So, who are the parties in this war? Now, every war has sides, and each side has allies. And some of you in this room will be my allies, and some could be my enemies, I don't know. But it's a war led by tribal representatives, private tribal companies, or elite Māori to take over New Zealand. Sometimes they're called treaties. Elite Māori or treaties are a distinct group. There may be 1,000 in number. Now, I had a friend who's Māori, and he said, it's probably a lot more than that, more like 10,000. But let's just say there's 1,000. They do not represent all Māori and the vast majority of Kiwis. I have friends who are Māori, and they don't want co-governance. Tribal leaders are feathering their own nests to further their own self-interest. And if they're not stopped, like I said, New Zealand is headed to becoming the Zimbabwe of the South Pacific. Now, who else is helping elite Maori in this war? Well, definitely it's the media. Like when Germany was fighting the Second World War, who was its allies? They had Japan and they had Italy. Britain had France, America, so on. And so there were some allies. And elite Maori in New Zealand have got hold of the media. And I want to tell you how they did it. This is the $55 million Public Interest Journalism Fund. How many heard of that? Okay. Now what happened was when COVID hit New Zealand, media outlets struggled. And they had ongoings because business basically stopped. They had ongoings like power, leases, wages and so on. And so their debt level rose. And by the time COVID finished, a lot of them were ready to fall over financially. And so the government came up with this evil scheme. I call it evil. It's not a Christian thing. It's just evil. They came up with an evil scheme, a dark scheme, a wrong scheme, a corrupt scheme, and they said that we can capture the media through the disadvantage of what's been caused by COVID. So they really played on a situation to turn it to their advantage. And what they said is okay, media agencies, if you want to get out of debt, we'll provide some money for you. We can give you some money. And so people like the New Zealand Herald took $1 million and other agencies. And as far as I know, the only agencies who didn't take it were RCR Radio. It didn't exist then, but then you had Sean Plunkett and the Platform. They were given a contract to sign, and Sean looked at it and said, no way are we signing this. We're not going to be under the spell of this thing. I think it's the West Coast Times is another newspaper, but most media agencies in New Zealand have come under this framework. This is the Titiriti framework for news media. These are the actual words from page 3 of the contract media outlets must sign if they want money. The Public Interest Journalism Fund must achieve all of these things. This is what it says. It must actively promote the principles of partnership. It has to say that through the Treaty of Waitangi, the Crown and Maori are in partnership. You have to say that if you sign up for some of this money. Then you also have to acknowledge Maori as a Titiriti partner, sort of like number 1, but maybe a little bit different. It actually says Titiriti partner. And then number 3, it says participation and active protection under Titiriti or Waitangi. In other words, if somebody rises up and says no, the government is not in partnership with Maori through the treaty, then you must attack them. You must go for them. You must attack them. And that's what I've experienced. And you're under a contract to do that. You have a contractual arrangement with the government to do this. Well, what else does it say? The contract further states Maori have never ceded sovereignty to Britain or any other state. So if you've signed up for this fund, you have to start publishing on your newspaper, your radio, your TV station that Maori have never ceded sovereignty to Britain. Then you also have to say, this means our society has a foundation of institutional racism. You have to say that New Zealand is a place it's riddled with institutional racism. Is that true, yes or no? I believe it's completely untrue. Then it says we live in a society that perpetuates racism and inequities. And then finally it says, in response, many Maori organisations and networks are decolonising. You have to say that colonisation was bad. Now here's the kicker. If you signed up to this, you didn't actually have to just promote this, but what happens is this. If you didn't have enough Maori content in your newspaper, your TV, or your radio, you could be contacted and this could turn into a loan, not a gift. This could turn into a loan and they could recall the money. So they could write to you and say, hey, we've been monitoring your TV station, your radio station, or your newspaper. You don't have enough Maori content. If you don't up it, we'll recall your loan. Well, you imagine that if you borrowed $1 million to get out of debt, you're in clear air and you go, this is wonderful, I'm out of debt. And next thing you get a letter saying, hey, not enough content, Maori content on your TV station, your radio station, or your newspaper, and we want the money back. What are you going to do? You're going to get a mortgage. You're going to be under massive pressure. True? So it was a trap. Here is how the media works. I've been on TV a fair bit. This is nearly always the 6 o'clock news. This is... TV1 and TV3, both of them. This is how the media is working with protesters. Because I'm talking about how people are working, how various allies of elite Maori are working to push co-governance through, which I believe is illegal, and they're being aided by the media. It's an ally. And so this is a TV news report that I'm going to show you. Watch how this media report is manipulated to create an alarming impression. What they want to do is this. The media wants to portray my meetings as dangerous. You could get knifed. There could be a gun go off in Julian's meeting. We cancelled out of a meeting in Hamilton, and the council wrote to us and said, we've had worries about guns, knives, flying objects at your meetings. Well, look at them. Look at all the guns and the knives here. We should have a metal detector going through here, right? Hopefully none of you's got any of those. But that's what they're saying. They want to portray us as dangerous, and that's to put you off coming. The star of this show is somebody called Michaela Matanga. She's a Maori activist, and the media are collaborating with her. So I'm just going to give you a little commentary as we go through this.
Scenes in the North Auckland township of Orewa last night, with police having to separate protesters from attendees. The meeting didn't get violent, but comes at a time when the term co-governance is controversial, and there are still 42 more events planned. Tia McDougall reports.
Chanting no in the faces of Māori protesters.
Okay, let me tell you what that was about. We were having a meeting just like this. There was about 200 people in the room. They were all peaceful. We just started and it was lovely. Next minute, 50 protesters, 99% of the Māori, came in the back of the room and they moved down through the room. I had a guy doing a haka up the middle, and they were shoving cell phones in. They got amongst the crowd and they were just going and shoving cell phones in their faces. And so the media wants to present this as the crowd were the ones who were the aggressors going rah into the camera. But that girl who went rah into the camera, what she was doing was just reacting to somebody shoving a cell phone in her face. And then they say the supporters of Julian didn't hold back. And you heard a sort of like a paper hit something, and it looks like you guys were, or the supporters, the people who'd come to the meeting, were aggressive. But really they were just swatting away the people who are shoving cell phones in their faces. The media doesn't report this. It tells you in a twisted way what's happening at this meeting, and it's all completely wrong.
Supporters of the anti-co-governance roadshow didn't hold back when confronted by those opposing the meeting. The roadshow is organised by this man, Julian Batchelor, who wants to spread his stance on co-governance.
It's illegal. It's based on a fraudulent interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi.
Not you guys.
However, he's often met with protesters. Yesterday's were from local iwi Ngātu Manuhiri and members of the Te Herenga Waka or Orewa Marae.
Oh, shut up! The protesters don't know what a racist is, and they don't know what the Treaty of Waitangi is.
From being there, I could tell that the attendees were fearful, and they were worried, and they were misinformed.
I didn't.
Okay, so she says three things. I could tell they were worried, they were fearful, and they were misinformed. Well, hang on a minute. The only reason they were worried because 50 protesters came in and roughed up the meeting. The only reason that they were, what was the other word she used? Sorry? Fearful was because of the protesters, and she says, and they were misinformed. Well, we actually had a secret camera in that meeting, and we were filming this lady. This one here, who's the butter wouldn't melt in your mouth activist. And you know what she was doing? You know how we have a book on every seat? She was going around the seats, and she was picking up the books and ripping them up and throwing them in the air. She was vandalizing all our books. She wasn't listening to a word I said. She wouldn't know whether the people were being misinformed. She was too busy vandalizing stuff. So I'm going to show you that in a minute. But anyway, let's see how they keep making a false report here.
Expect it to be what it was. There was about 20 to 30 police officers there.
Authorities kept the peace, but insults were still exchanged.
He said, what was it? Horrible. You're horrible. And then he followed up by saying, and you probably stink as well.
Okay. How would you describe the behaviour?
Okay, so what they did is TV3 got that footage from an activist's cell phone, and they thought, how do we portray Julian as being supportive of bad behaviour? So what they did is they got the footage of a guy saying you're horrible and you probably stink as well, and then they said, Julian, what did you? Without me seeing that footage, they say, Julian, what did you think of your supporters? And I say, oh, they were great, which makes me look like I'm the guy who's endorsing bad behaviour. So this was all stitched together. You would never know this unless you knew all the background.
Of some of your supporters.
Oh, my supporters were fantastic. They were amazing. Sometimes they're a little bit conservative.
But supporters are not enough. Batchelor wants his message known at the Beehive.
I've had political parties talk to me. I'm not prepared to say who they are. I'm trying to get 100,000 people to the Auckland Domain just before the election to send that message to all the political parties.
A message to end co-governance. It's a touchy subject for some politicians, but not all.
We've been really clear that actually not just co-governance, but tino rangatiratanga for Māori and iwi and hapu is of benefit to all of us as a founding kaupapa of this country.
For now, there are 42 more events planned on the roadshow. Supporters, protesters and police likely preparing to be at all of them. Tia McDougall, News Hub.
Okay, so what they say is this, 42 events, more. And there's going to be police and protesters at all of them. And all the nice people go, I don't want to be part of that. That sounds bad. I want to stay away from all that. And of course, we've got a great crowd tonight. So you guys have resisted. Congratulations. You've resisted the media fiction. And you got here. Well, now I'm going to show you. I'll turn the sound off here at my end, you guys. I'm just going to show you the footage of this girl. And here she is. And what she was really up to in the meeting caught on our secret camera. This is pretty eye-opening. Okay, so here's me in the meeting. Here, look, this is Oriwa. And this is her. She comes in here. She's looking for books. And you see what she's doing? She's ripping them up. Wait, watch. Watch the hand movements. There we go. Rip on the floor. On the floor. Then this guy comes along. He's the guy that says you're horrible and you probably stink as well. Now, they didn't show him, did they? But he's the guy, actually the good guy, trying to stop her vandalizing our materials. Now, over here, just out of shot, is a policeman. He's just watching. He does nothing. She's actively vandalizing our stuff. So watch how this finishes. Look. There's a little bit of a tussle. He goes to sit down. She says, bugger off, I want to get these books and rip them all up. There's the policeman. She goes back, look, she goes back there right in front of the cop. She takes our book. That's my book. You can see it's my book. There you go. Now, what do you think of that? There you go. We actually caught all that, and that's what the media is doing. That's what the police are doing. Police didn't do anything to stop her. They're going like, it's okay. This is the Stop Co-Governance meeting. You just rip it all up. We had a pile of stuff like, as big as a car of rubbish that came out of that meeting because they were all ripping up all the books and just come in like a big locust and wrecked the meeting. Those meetings cost us about $3,500. These 2 nights, you know how much they're going to cost us? About $2,000. These aren't cheap things to run with travel and cost of everything, all the equipment and so on. So we hope some people here would dig deep and help us to cover these costs because the roadshow's got to keep going. So when you watch TV now, it's lights, camera, fiction. That's what's going on. So I want to know this. My big question to all Maori is this. Where are all the good Maori in New Zealand? Why aren't they not stepping up to condemn the appalling behaviour of all their own people? Well, how many Maori have come to, many Maori have come to me privately to say they're ashamed of the protesters and their shocking behaviour. They say they're a blight on Maoridom. Did you say very? There's a lovely Maori lady right in the front row here who said very. She's very ashamed because they're giving her, she's a lovely Maori. She's a great Maori. And by the way, people say, this is patronising, saying there's good Maori and bad Maori. Look, you know what? It's not patronising. There's good Pākehā, bad Pākehā, good Chinese, bad Chinese. Every culture's got the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? Some of you are not so sure. You're saying, I can think of some people. The really good Maori in New Zealand, and there are many, say there is no place in New Zealand for bullying, intimidation, harassment, and denying other people their right to free speech. Good Maori are against co-governance. The reason they don't go public with their views, well, they too will be intimidated and bullied by the shameful thugs, their own people. You know that's true? Do you know this? We had a lady in one of the centres. I've just been going down the South Island right through from Blenheim and Nelson and Picton and all right down. We wound our way down here. And one of the groups, there was a lady in the group who said, I want to be the person who sort of leads the group to get our little booklet out to every single household in this particular town. and she was Māori. And she texted me today and said, I can't do this job, I'm being bullied. She's being bullied. She said, for my family's sake, I've got to stop this. I have to withdraw from helping you. See how it works? This is wrong. This is really wrong. But I say this, welcome to co-governance and tikanga. If those people love free speech, they'd let her do that because we live in a free country, true? You don't go bullying and intimidating people who disagree with you. Is that true, yes or no? You don't do that. Who else is helping in this war? Well, we've got the media, then we've got history-ignorant politicians. Between 1975 and now, there's been politicians on both sides of the House, blue and red and every other colour, who have really stuffed it up, who've done wrong things and bad things. It started with Bill Rowling, then you went through to Geoffrey Palmer, and then David Lange, and then John Key, and the worst of all was Chris Finlayson. Helen Clark, she was in there. Helen wasn't so bad. She wanted to stop the Seabed and Foreshore Act and said the beaches and all the oceans belong to everybody, so I give her a little bit of a kiss for that. She was right. But it's been history-ignorant politics. Here's one. Look at this guy. I'm sorry, I usually provide a sick bag under your seat like an aeroplane. And when you see some of these characters, I want you to get your bag out and just fill it and then just put it in your seat and just watch, okay? But I haven't got them today because this is Invercargill.
But from the perspective of ratepayers, do you accept this model is not strictly a one-person, one-vote model?
Yes, the proportion of mana whenua is higher than the proportion of the population.
Do you accept that that is not a strictly democratic model?
There are provisions in our laws around the treaty that aren't democratic. Co-governance of the Wanganui and Waikato River, for example. There are provisions that we have in this country that wouldn't stand up to a purely academic democratic framework. But that's not how we work in New Zealand. We recognise that this country was founded on a treaty that gives Māori particular rights and interest in certain things, and what we're proposing here, we believe, recognises that and complies with what previous court rulings have been. We've moved a long way as a country. It's a journey that we're still part way through, but recognising that the democratic system of this country was based on a promise, on a contract, I think that it's on the Crown to observe those obligations and commitments that it made.
Okay, now he sounds quite confident. He sounds pretty like he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't, his facial expressions he sounds quite good. But actually, he's a massive liar. And he's making unbelievable false statements about the treaty. And a lot of ordinary Kiwis sitting at home would probably get sucked in by all this. So what I did is I analysed what he said. In 1 minute, 9 seconds, McAnulty, who's Labour, breaches the treaty in 6 ways. First of all, he says the proportion of mana whenua on councils is higher than the general population, unquote. Well, I say just because this is so does not make it right. No, the treaty guarantees all New Zealanders equality. If people want to be on a city councillor, they must be voted on, period, yes or no. They got to be voted on. You just can't be appointed. That's a dictatorship. When you start appointing people, you move from democracy into dictatorship. We're not having that. Next thing he says, there are provisions in our laws that are not democratic. Oh, really? The Labor government's got so used to making undemocratic laws, he thinks it's just normal. Just because undemocratic laws or bad laws exist does not make them right. Bad laws must be repealed to restore democracy. You've got to hang on to democracy at all costs to restore treaty obligations. Number 3, our country was founded on a treaty which gives Maori particular interest and rights and interest in certain things. Absolutely wrong. He's totally wrong. The treaty never did that. Maori ceded sovereignty in the treaty and became British citizens. Is that true, yes or no? Yes, it is. Okay, the treaty guarantees equal rights for all. As soon as one group in New Zealand gets a special handout, a special favour that none of the other 159 cultures get, what do you call that? It's apartheid. It's racism. In the budget, when Maori were given $845,000 or $35,000, and they just said for Maori initiatives, and the Chinese didn't get it, or the Hindus, or the Muslims, or anybody else, that's apartheid. I know, but I'm saying, if you give any group, based on the colour of their skin or their ethnicity, a special favour that nobody else gets, that's apartheid. That's racism. And yet why isn't the media pulling them up? Well, that's the $55 million public interest journalism fund. No grouping is to have special rights under the treaty. Number 4, he says there are provisions which we have in this country which would not stand up to a strictly academic democratic framework. That's not how we work in this country. Oh, really, Mr. McAnulty? So he's saying that's not how Labour works. They don't worry about democracy. Wrong. The British established democratic government in New Zealand via the treaty. Any talk of any other form of government is a breach of the treaty. The next one, number 5. What we are doing complies with what previous court rulings have been. That's stupid. That's very silly. How, like Nobby said, he said this, the treaty's very simple. It's got 3 clauses. It fits on, with the preamble, it fits on half an A4 page. And if you read that, a 10-year-old kid with reasonable intelligence could tell you what it means. So what the government did, Labour government, is they said, we'll get some judges to say what it means, some activist judges, so they can twist it and give us some favour. And that's what happened. Look, wrong. The treaty speaks for itself. The so-called court rulings by activist judges like Cook do not and should not override the plain meaning of the treaty. Cook said the treaty was akin to a partnership. He did not say that it was a partnership, nor was it a partnership. But activists got hold of that and said, you know what? Cook said we're in a partnership. They took a leap from even what he said. But where are the media saying, hey, he didn't say that? It's a $55 million public interest journalism fund. They're paid to support lies. Here's the next one. Number 6. He says the democratic system of our country was based on a promise, that's the treaty, on a contract, that's the treaty. I think that it's on the Crown to observe those obligations and commitments that it made. Well, I say the so-called promises McAnulty details are simply not in the treaty. It's obvious he does not know what it promises. What the treaty does promise is one law for all. It promises equality before the law for the 160 cultures living here. The establishment of a strictly democratic government. This is what the treaty said and should be honoured. Racial harmony. Hobson said, hey, iwi tahi tato, which is we are now one people. Well, we're not two. We're not Maori and the rest. Yeah? We are all New Zealanders. Is that true, yes or no? I went to Whangarei Boys High School. I can't believe most of the people here who are over 50. Some of them quite a way. But we're over 50, right? Now, the reason we're here is because we could remember New Zealand in the 70s and 80s when we were colourblind. I went to school with 50% of my school was Maori. I didn't think of them as being anything but just mates. True? That's why all the over 50s are into this, because the young people, they don't know any different. The young people today think it's just Maori and the rest. It's not true. It promises no special rights, privileges, handouts for any racial group in the treaty. When this happens, racism and apartheid are being displayed for all to see. Which country in the world was fighting apartheid like no other in the whole world in the 1970s and 80s? New Zealand. Who do we stop? We stopped the Springbok tour, didn't we? All the people got on the street. Apartheid's bad. You put apartheid here, we're going to stop the Springbok tour. And now look at us. We're the guys promoting it. Why isn't the media all over this? $55 million public interest journalism fund. Conclusion, McAnulty is breathtakingly ignorant with respect to the treaty. He is spreading racism and apartheid. Well, who else are we at war with? We're at war with Maori activists, either activist journalists or simply activist. Watch this guy. He's a star activist. And he's one of the biggest liars that's ever walks the fields of New Zealand. Watch what he says.
Is racism.
I have to say this. If you read Article 3 of the treaty in Te Reo Māori, Ngā tikanga reo kihitahi,
She then mistranslates.
it says that everyone has equal rights and duties under the law.
Relying on the public not speaking Te Reo Māori, treaty denialists often pretend that Article 3 erases Māori rights. The document itself is very clear. Article 1. Māori give the Crown the right to govern British settlers. At this time, there were 80,000 self-governing Māori and 2,000 settlers with no government. Article 2 affirms that Māori retain their sovereignty and Māori agree to only sell land to the Crown. In return, the Crown agrees in Article 3 to give Māori the same rights as British subjects. Māori and the British both govern themselves under the protection of the Queen. Te Tiriti o Waitangi grants neither side authority to rule the other. Lying about that is racist because it seeks to maintain colonial control at the expense of our rights to self-determination.
Okay, so he sounds quite comfortable. He's reading an auto cue. You know what an auto cue is, what they do with the news. So he sounds quite confident. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but he's a terrible liar. And so what he's doing is he's actually leading a lot of Maori astray, because I have activists write to me and Maori journalists write to me, and they say, bro, you need to read this. And they say absolute rubbish in it. And they say, you know what, Maori are not going to listen to you, Julian, because you're white. But they'll listen to Maori. Now, if they listen to him, they're going to be led completely astray. Do you know what? If you have somebody who leads you into truth, they're your friend. If somebody that you know leads you into lies, they're not your friend. True? It doesn't just go for the treaty, it goes for anything in life. If you have people around you that lead you into truth, they're your friend. No matter what it is. Economic truth, truth about gardening, truth about life, truth about relationships, truth about money, they're your friend. If they lead you into lies, they're not your friend. This guy's not your friend. If you're a Maori, he's your enemy because he's speaking lies. Watch. In 1 minute, 19 seconds, he tells 10 lies and 2 truths. Here they are. Lie number 1, his accusation is that non-Maori say that Article 3 of the treaty erases Maori rights. Absolutely wrong. No one has ever said this. The opposite is true. It gives Maori the same rights as everyone else. That's Article 3 of the treaty. Via the treaty, Maori became British citizens and thus they received rights. So he's telling the opposite. Lie number 2, he implies that if you don't speak Maori, you can't understand the treaty. Oh, that's completely so bad. Look. I'll just give you a quick thing because I don't want to give you too much about this, but I'll just tell you what happened. The final English draft from which the Maori Treaty was formulated is called the Littlewood Draft. It has that name because it was given to a lawyer called Henry Littlewood. Okay? It was in English. That's the final draft that they made Te Tiriti from, the Maori Treaty. Yeah? Now, those two, English, Maori, they're a mirror image of each other. You don't need to know Maori to understand the treaty. You just read the Littlewood Draft. And if you read my book, I've put the Littlewood Draft in here for you. So if you can read this, you understand the Maori perfectly. Some of you are not very excited about that, but I tell you, I am very excited about that because you don't need to know Maori. So he's lying about that. He wants to make it sort of like, you know, you've got to be a Maori before you can understand it. That's not true. No, not true again. Just read the English Littlewood Draft. Line number 3. Maori gave the Crown the right to govern British settlers. Oh, really? Come on. The Queen was the greatest ruler in the world. She had the greatest empire in the world. And all historians, she was bigger than America is now in terms of superpowers. By 1900, 1/5 of the world was under the control of the British. And historians describe Maori, when the settlers arrived here, as a primitive Stone Age tribal group. And you're talking about a little group, Stone Age tribal group, telling the greatest ruler in the world what to do. That's like Vanuatu telling the United States what to do. It's simply stupid. But he says it's true. No, wrong. Maori ceded sovereignty. Number 4, there were 80,000 self-governing Maori in New Zealand in 1840. Completely untrue. No, Maori were self-annihilating, cannibalism, slavery, and infanticide were rife. There was no unifying Maori government, only tribes at war. It was Maori who came to the British wanting a treaty to save them from themselves and the French. Between 1800 and 1840, watch this, stay with me. Between 1800 and 1840, the Maori population went down from 150,000 to 70,000. This was Maori killing Maori. They were self-annihilating. And the reason was Wakanene, an intelligent Maori chief and others, came to the British and said, you know what? If we don't stop warring, there's going to be no Maori left in this country. You've got to help us. They were like alcoholics, but alcoholics about war. They couldn't stop warring. They were addicted. And you know when an alcoholic comes to his senses and goes, you know what? Here's a eureka moment. If I don't stop drinking, I'm going to die. And Wakanene and other chiefs had the same experience, but it was about war. And then you remember the French? 1772. Dufresne, the captain, came here with a couple of boats exploring the world. He went into a bay and put down anchor. Weighed anchor is the right word. He weighed anchor, went ashore. Dufresne, the captain, with 25 others in his boat and another boat. And when he got on the shore, he was captured by Maori, and a whole boatload was eaten. 26 of them. The others made it back, and they went and they set up a military hospital on Motutua Island, which is just off where I live in Rafiti in the Bay of Islands. Military hospital means they had soldiers. And one night, under the moonlight, a flotilla of Maori waka came from the mainland and attacked that military hospital. Maori had never seen a gun before, and some say in as little time as 20 minutes, 250 Maori were killed. A few escaped, and they went back to the mainland, and they told about this, told all the other Maori. And they said, you know what? There's people here with fire sticks. They hold things up, fire comes out the end, and they can kill people, and they killed 250 of our warriors in a very short space of time. And this massive fear of the French went through the Maoridom, all the tribes, and they were called the tribe of Marion, the French. And they went to the British and said, save us from the tribe of Marion, because they could come back any time with ships, unload 1,000 soldiers and walk through the bush and kill all of us and just take New Zealand. So they said, save us from the French. Did you know that? Lie number 5. So I want you to remember this. This is huge. The main reason that we have the treaty is the Maori wanted it. Lie number 5, Maori gave the Crown the right to govern British settlers. No, they did not. Maori ceded sovereignty. Lie number 6, Article 2, Maori retained their sovereignty. No, Maori ceded sovereignty. He keeps on telling us this lie. Then he makes a true statement. Article 2, Maori agreed to only sell land to the Crown. That's true. Then he makes another true statement. The treaty agreed to give Maori the same rights as British subjects. That's true. Then he goes straight back onto lies. Maori and the Crown both govern themselves. No, Maori agreed to be solely governed by the British. Is that true, yes or no? It's true. The treaty is so clear about this. There can only be one government in New Zealand, and that is the democratically elected government. Next one, line number 8. The treaty gives neither side the authority to rule over the other. No, through cession, Maori gave the British the right to rule over Maori. Line number 9. Lying about the treaty is racist. In other words, if you say Maori ceded sovereignty in the treaty, you're a liar. And you're a racist. Well, then I'm a liar and I'm a racist. Because I'm absolutely certain, 100%, Maori ceded sovereignty. He tells me I'm a racist if I say that. He doesn't know the truth. No, speaking the truth about the treaty does not make me a racist. Maori ceded sovereignty in the treaty. Conclusion, this activist is leading Maori away from the truth and into lies and misinformation. As such, he is doing great damage inside Maoridom. Breach number 10. If you say Maori didn't cede sovereignty, you're undermining the rights of Maori to self-determination. Now, this little phrase, self-determination, has come up a lot. You hear it a lot. Well, what do we mean by that? Well, no. Currently, Maori have the same rights as everyone else to self-determination. What do we mean by that? In fact, they have more rights. By self-determination, we mean that each person, individual person, regardless of race, has the right to choose a path in life and go for it. Is that true in New Zealand, yes or no? If you want to be a plumber, an electrician, or you want to be a nurse, or you want to be a stay-at-home mum, or you want to be whatever you want, you can go for it in New Zealand. Nobody holds you back. True? Okay, well, that's what we mean by self-determination. But by self-determination, we do not mean Maori setting up their own country and government within New Zealand, and for this they have no right. This is tribal rebellion. It's treason, and therefore a glaring breach of the treaty. It must be stopped. In the 1860s in New Zealand, the Kingitanga movement sprung up, and they said, we don't want to be under the British rule, we're going to rebel. The British said, you agreed to come under British rule, and what you're doing is treason, and we have to punish you. And they said, if you don't stop this, we're going to punish you by confiscating some of your land. We have the same thing today with the Proceeds of Crimes Act. If gangs make money from crime, breaking the law, government can take their assets. So Kingitanga said, no, we're just going to keep going. The Crown came in with troops, put down the rebellion, and they confiscated land. It was the law. It's got to be stopped. Maori wanting to take over New Zealand is treason. Well, who else are we fighting against? We're fighting against the media, history-ignorant politicians, Maori activists, and now the government departments, which are run by activists. Now, I'm going to get personal with you right now because the New Zealand Herald wrote a 2-page full spread on me. And they said, what triggered Julian Batchelor into his tour? Like I'm a psychopath. What triggered him? Yeah, I think I am. And so, I read what they wrote, and they were completely wrong. I'll tell you what triggered me. In 2008, I purchased the most beautiful piece of land in the Bay of Islands. It was 3.5 acres and it was in 3 lots. And I thought I'd sell one of the lots because I wanted to just get rid of a small mortgage. I saved all my life for this bit of land. It was freehold land. Nothing on the title, freehold. So I rang up Bailey's and I said, I want to sell this little piece of land so I can get rid of a mortgage. Next thing, the Bailey's sign was chopped down within an hour of being put up, and I knew it was chopped down because you could see the X marks on the wood. And then signs went up everywhere saying, this is Maori land, a racist has bought this land, and a whole lot of videos appeared, and I thought, whoa, this is a 99% Maori community. If you think I'm a racist, would a racist buy in a 99% Maori community? Come on. So I bought in that community, which tells you I wasn't a racist. And then what happened is, so for between 2008 2015, there was like a cold war between me and Maori in this community. They would not say hello to me. They would not wave to me. They want to make it really clear to me that we don't want you. We don't want you. And all this, every 6 months there'd be a new video went up saying something terrible about me and my family and my friends. And they wanted to get some hate going. Then in 2015, we in those years between 2008 and 2015, we were restoring a beautiful 140-year-old villa right on the beach. We put about $1 million into it. It was beautiful. So we thought we'd rent it out just to create some more funds so we could keep going with the restoration. And what happened was this. On New Year's Eve 2015, my phone went off. There was three families from South Africa in that house. 2 o'clock in the morning, my phone went off, and there was a sound of smashing glass, screaming, shouting, kids crying. It was chaos. I said, what's going on? They said, well, we've got 20 Maori men doing a haka on the front lawn. We're having a home invasion. They're smashing windows, rattling on the doors, trying to get in. And I said, look, all I can do is ring the police and get up there straight away. Well, the police didn't get there till 9 o'clock in the morning. So I got there about on daybreak. They were totally shocked. There was glass everywhere. It was like it was a terror attack. So I went into the community and I said, what'd you do that for? And they said, oh, your land's stolen from us. And I said, why don't you just come and talk to me? What sort of people are you? They did $10,000 worth of damage. Never apologized to the family. Just your land was stolen. So what I did is I'm a bit of a journalist. And I went and researched the history of that land. You know what I found out? I got all the source. I wrote a 200-page book. And I had Paul Moon, the professor of history, peer review it so that it was accurate. He said it's a fine piece of research. He wrote the foreword to it. What happened was in 1937, a school teacher who'd been working in that community for 17 years, he'd become the father of the community. He was the vet, the postmaster, the school teacher, the counsellor, the sports master, he was everything. And the whole community loved him, and the whole community went into Russell, to the court in Russell, the Maori Land Court, for a 3-day court case to see if they could sell this land. The whole community turned up to support the school teacher. They loved him. The land was sold. The very opposite of what Maori in 2015 was saying. Your land was stolen. They were wrong. So I took this book, I put it online, it's been read by about 4,500 people, and all the Maori in the community have read it. And you know what? I said, you need to come up my driveway with 10 grand. Good people put things right when they're found to be wrong. True, is that true? That's the test of a good people. Nothing. So I've just forgiven them. I even know the family that was behind it, because the locals told me. And they're all telling me. Police did nothing. Then in 2018, we're doing some more work on the property. This Maori lady, we never see them. This Maori lady comes up the driveway. She says, I want my land back. And she got hold of me, and I thought I had a 1080 HD camera right behind me with perfect sound. She got hold of me, and I thought if I give her the bash, I'm going to be the criminal, and she can be the victim. She got hold of me, and she started raking her fingernails down my upper arms. I had no shirt on. So there's blood all down my arms, and I tried to make it so the camera got it nicely, you know. We got that footage. I just threw her down the driveway, and then I said, that's enough. We've got enough blood. We got that footage. We gave it to the police. The police said, this is a serious charge. We're going to charge her with assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm. That's a serious charge. We went to court, just like this. There was a gallery watching. The judge showed the footage. Everybody went, oh, my goodness, that's terrible. People were gasping. Look at the blood. Some people going like this. I don't want to watch. And the judge goes, I'm going to let you off. Yeah. And the people just walked out. They went, this is disgusting. You know what was going on? Labor government was telling judges to let Maori off because they wanted to bring the crime stats down so they could look better at the elections. That lady went back to Rafferty, and she goes, hey, kia ora, I got off. And that sent a message through the whole community. You can assault Julian Batchelor, no consequences. He's just open season for an assault. Then, I had to forgive that. Then in 2022, we're doing work on this property, making it beautiful, making it lovely. And all the time these videos are going up saying I'm ripping up the urupā and I'm chopping down kauri trees. We're the guys, I've never seen any of the locals ever plant a tree in their life. I'm the guys planted 600 trees. 600 natives. They never say thank you. We gave away fridges, appliances, beds, soil, wood. We leave it at the bottom of the driveway, say free to a good home. Never say thank you, just take it, just disappears. Nobody ever comes up and says thank you. We just go, I was sort of entitled to it. So then, 2022, last year, another Maori lady comes up the driveway and says, can I spend a bit of time with you? And I said, sure. When do you want to come? She says, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. I said, that's fine. She arrived. I got a cup of tea out, and we got a cup of tea out and biscuits and so forth. And we had a bit of small talk. She said, well, I just want to cut to the chase. And I said, that's good. What have you come to talk about? She said, if you don't give us your land, we're going to burn your house down. That's what she said. Now, I had my cell phone on, and I was recording the whole thing. She didn't realise, but I thought this could be significant. I'm going to record this. So when I came to the table overlooking the water, right on the front deck, I just put my cell phone down, and it was rolling. So after about so many minutes, it was about 40 minutes, I had discussion. I said, why would I give you my land? She said, just because we want it. And I said, this is not 1840. This is 2022. You've got to buy stuff. If you want stuff, you've got to buy it. This discussion went on. I gave that to the police. The police come back. Sorry, Mr. Batchelor, we can't charge her. Why not? She didn't say, I am going to burn it down. She said, we are going to burn it down. So we have to let her off. So I just forgave that, and then this is what got me going. This is what got me. I receive a letter. Hey, Vicky. I got a letter from Heritage New Zealand in the mail. It said, dear Mr. Batchelor, we've just reclassified your land as Waihi Tapu, sacred Maori land. We have control, but you pay the rates. So now I have Maori who can walk all over my land. And I said, no way are we doing that. And there was some correspondence that we started, and I said, how do you justify that? and they said some body was dragged across that land in 1775, somebody, and so it's sacred to Maori now, and you lose control. And I said, no way. And I started corresponding with the Heritage New Zealand, which is a government department run now by activists. So this government department's run by activists, and they've left some correspondence on the bottom of the email chain. And it said this: hey bro, they shouldn't have done it. It was a stupid person inside Heritage New Zealand, didn't check the bottom of the emails. You know, you scroll down and get the bottom, and it said, hey bro, we got the land. High five. Should we come up and have a feed in the marae? And when I read that, man, I'll tell you what I did. I got my pen. I actually had a pencil in my hand. And I went like this. I just snapped it and I said, that's it, I'm mobilising. I'm going to tell the whole of New Zealand about all this. And so I said, I'm going to write a book. And I wrote it. And I'll set up a website. And I set up a website. And I said, I'm going to do a tour, just me. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I just said, this is so bad, I'm going to blow the whistle on this whole thing. And so I set up this website, and just before I went live, I'm a believer. Just before I went live, the good book says this: no man builds a tower unless he counts the cost. And I stopped because I was just about to click something on the website, make it go live. I thought, you know what? They know where I live. My name's going to be all over this. They could kill me. They could do it. This could get messy. So I thought, am I prepared to count the cost? What could they do? They could burn my house down. And I thought, how would I feel about that? Well, it's insured, but I thought, I'll sacrifice that for New Zealand. And then I thought, okay, that's one tick. And then I thought, they could kill me. How do I feel about that? And I sat there at my desk. Nobody else was there. And this Bible verse came. How many believers here? This Bible verse came into my mind. Don't fear him who can kill the body, fear him who can kill both body and soul in hell. And I thought, that's the big guy talking to me. Go live. And I went click, and I made the website live. And do you know what? All this fear just left me. They got nothing on me. You can kill me. You can burn my house down. It doesn't bother me. I'm in the big guy's hands. Personally, I believe you touch me. You know that book I wrote? In 2015, we put up a retaining wall on that property, and about 20 Maori came one day and they protested outside my property, 2015. Somebody took a photo of that. One of the locals read the book, and he came up the driveway and he looked really worried. And he said, Julian, you know this photo? I said, yeah. He opened the book, and he said, half the people in this photo are dead. The other half are so sick they can't even get out of bed. He said, your place is tapu. I've been right through New Zealand, nobody's touched me. Nobody's touched the car. I've been through tribal rule for you. Do you know that? Tribal rule is hell. I've had 14 years of absolute hell. And I've been through it for you to come and warn you. If you let this go, New Zealand's going to come under tribal rule, and hell is going to break loose in this country. I'm talking about Maori fighting Maori. We're going back to pre-1840. The good people will leave here. Those who can't leave will stay. Superannuation will collapse. Infrastructure will collapse. Social services will collapse. Everything will be destroyed. Even elite Maori are going to be kicked in the butt. Because they're going to go, look what we've done. We've destroyed a good country. What do you think of that at home? Activism in the education system, the brainwashing of young people at kindergartens right up to university, that's going on. Little kids, I'm very upset about that because I say don't pick on the little kids. You know, with children, they just remember, don't they? They take everything you say as truth. European lawyers and consultants who have lost their soul and their country for filthy lucre. Do you know that the Three Waters legislation costs $50 million to get that across the line? Do you know that? A lot of European lawyers and consultants are getting filthy rich out of co-governance and all this stuff that's going on. They're a problem. They're an enemy. Activism in local councils. I've got one councillor who said in his council, when he was elected, they had a 3-day cultural safety seminar for 3 days. The Māori who took it had body cams on, just to film anybody who was slightly not fitting in. Then they went out to some so-called sacred sites and they had professional women crying and wailing. And they wanted to break down and condition the new councillors. And then just recently he wrote to me and said, the appointed Maori councillors in that council asked for $300,000 for Maori initiatives, no detail, no accountability, and you know the white woke councillors said yes. Just gave away $300,000 because they're all being groomed and conditioned. Christian churches are my enemy. Many have become woke and PC, they're history ignorant, all the while thinking that in running with co-governance they're putting a smile on the face of God. They're not. Churches are supposed to fight against darkness, deceit and trickery, not run with it. Churches are completely lost. They need to get out of their bubble and they need to start getting with things with reality. I can't get into a Christian church, you know why? They say, Julian, we can't have you because we're bicultural now. And I go, you fools. We're not bicultural as a nation, we're multicultural. There's 160 cultures live here. What are you saying? We're bicultural. And they say, well, the treaty teaches we're bicultural. No, it doesn't. The treaty said we're all to be equally treated equally. It's for equality. So I've got a really big problem with the Christian churches. None of them will let me in. And I'm a well-known Christian. The laid-back nature of European Kiwis whose mantra is she'll be right until they taste tribal rule, and then tears will flow in the gutters of our streets. When you taste tribal rule, you're gonna remember this night, and you're going to go, hell, that guy was telling the truth. We should have listened. Well, who has stopped co-governance fighting for in this war? We're fighting for the average Maori and for the 159 other cultures in New Zealand. Who are they? Indians, Africans, Chinese, Russians, Czechs, Japanese, Samoans, French, Australians, not so much the Australians, Tongans, Germans, Croatians, Belgians, British, South Americans, Koreans, South Africans, Italians, Niueans, Filipinos, the list goes on. Should all these people be treated equally, yes or no? Are they all taxpayers? Yes or no? Mate, we have a right to treat them equally. The hell's going on in this country? Right, we're going to have a break. We're going to have a break because Nobby took half an hour. So I'll put some music on. We're going to have a 10-minute break. We've got tea and coffee down the back and some biscuits. How's that? So go and get a coffee and a tea and a biscuit, and you're not allowed more than one. I'm a school teacher. Yep.
The reason why the police are non-active on these issues.
Yep.
Your friend and my friend, Ming Toon, quite a few years ago.
You should have said that tonight. You need to say it at the end. You watch what I get into now. I'm getting into the Treaty of Waitangi. You got to stay for that. Don't go home, Nobby, whatever you do. Hello. Hello. Yep. Hurry up, please. Those last ones getting their cup of tea. Can you go a bit faster, please, on the cup of tea? Yep, yep. Eh? Yep, absolutely. How's it going, Bernie? Yep. Yeah, you got to get ready for when a video comes on. You just got to be ready for it. Okay, everybody who's got a cup of tea, come and sit down again. It's great that you're all chewing and eating all my biscuits, and you're drinking all my tea and coffee. Do you think that's right? Do you think we're good to you? Are we being nice to you? Some of you look a bit like you need another biscuit. You seriously do. All right. Now I'm taking you into this. I'm taking you into the second half of this presentation, and we go into the real fantastic stuff that I love. It's the Treaty of Waitangi. So I'm going to teach you about the Treaty of Waitangi like you've never heard it before. It's very simple. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I told you I'm not left wing or right wing. I'm a truth teller. And so, by the way, I'll just close this down and get back off here. Look, I'll tell you something. Bruce Moon, who's New Zealand's #1 historian on the Treaty of Waitangi. When I was in Nelson, just out of Nelson, a little place called Okaramio, he came into a little country hall. We only had a small group because it was way out in the country. And you know who walked in? Bruce Moon, the historian. And he sat right in the front row. Talk about intimidating. I didn't bring any nappies. And he sat right there. And at the end, he said, "Good boy, I'll give you a tick. Keep it going." So I'm going to go into the treaty, and I hope you enjoy it because I want you to really tune into this because it's really all about the treaty. So let's get into this. This is Tipene O'Regan, Ngāi Tahu leader. So Tipene O'Regan has been known to hint that if the Ngāi Tahu and other claims before the Waitangi Tribunal are not met, there is a danger, he says, that Maori activists may resort to violence to achieve their objectives. Is that a statement of war or not? Yes, it is. I didn't start this war. It was started by somebody else. I've just responded to being attacked. I didn't start this. I was just a Kiwi getting on with life. And here's another guy, Ken Mair, leader of the militant Te Ahi Kaha group. He says this: "We will take back our country by any means." Notice everything is academically referenced. I tell you where I get it from. I don't make this stuff up. The Maori Party has clear goals. Here's Waititi. He says this: "It has a 25-year plan. They want self-management, self-determination, and self-governance over all their domains. They want a separate Maori parliament with 15 to 17 seats and control over $20 billion of annual self-managed spending." Now, a billion is 1,000 million. They want 20,000 million every single year. And then I had Samari in one of my seminars, and I said, "Who's going to pay for this?" And I said, "You are, you guys." And they said, "Wait a minute, Maori are actually 14% of the population." And they said, "Maori are going to pay 14%. No. When those tribes got big payouts, they went out and bought fisheries, forests, hotels, supermarkets, and a whole lot of assets. And Chris Finlayson set them up said, "You can set all those businesses up as charities." Did you know that? There's a whole lot of tax breaks that Maori get that nobody else gets. They're not going to pay 14% of the tax of this 20 billion. Do you know how much the hospital in Dunedin's going to cost? About 1.4 billion. You could get, for 20 billion, you could get about 14 hospitals, state-of-the-art hospitals in New Zealand. Would it be better to build 14 state-of-the-art hospitals all through New Zealand with all the best of everything? Would that be better for all New Zealanders or not? You know how much the road costs from Kapiti to Wellington or Puhoi to Warkworth? About $1 billion. You get 20 roads like that. Wouldn't it be better if government was putting money into infrastructure and roads and making the whole country better, right? Wouldn't that be better? What are we doing? What is this? This is ridiculous. Abolishing full and final treaty settlements. He says we don't want full and final treaty settlements. We want to keep the money going. Handing back all conservation land to Maori. Now, that was an interview in the Guardian newspaper, and so I picked that up. This is a lawyer and a historian, Stuart C. Scott. He says this, claiming has become an integral part of the Maori way of life. The thought of extinction of further claiming rights by final settlements is abhorrent to the race. That's not racist saying that. It's just what Waititi just said. He doesn't want final settlement. Maoridom does not want settlement. It wants to nurse its grievances and continue its claiming ad infinitum. They just want to keep the money coming for nothing. I'd love to have an income like that. Well, here's the story. The push by tribal leaders for co-governance and partnership, if it's not stopped, is going to destroy New Zealand. So what is co-governance? Now, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. Just use the same sick bag you used before, please. Don't use two. They're expensive. Okay, this is co-governance, and so you've come here tonight to understand what co-governance is. This is what it means for government. It means two complete governments that overlap, because some of you don't know what co-governance really is, because I want to teach you. A new written constitution based on a new interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi. What does that mean, a new interpretation? How do you get a new interpretation anyway? At least 5% of all new procurement contracts must now go to Maori businesses. That means, you know, when they buy stationery and vehicles and office furniture and anything you need to keep government's departments going, like hospitals, schools, nurses and dock and every government department, all the stuff that you need to get them going, they're saying now 5% of that's got to go to Maori businesses. Well, why Maori? Why not the best business? Why not put it up for tender and do it like that and be fair? No. All government departments, agencies must now provide a report that show at least 5% of the procurement of goods and services was from a Maori business. What do you call that? That's apartheid. Is that apartheid? That's apartheid. So this is everywhere. Look, media. We talked about the media, the $55 million public interest journalism fund. If media outlets wanted a slice of this fund, there are strict conditions. You cannot present a point of view that opposes the government's race-based agenda. News must cover stories that support the government's approved narrative. Maori language and culture are now being forced into government departments, local authorities and state-funded media. Do you know why they want to put so much Maori language in government documents, even legal documents now? Because then who gets the final say as to what those Maori words mean? You could screw everybody over. You put those words in, then you become the sacred priests, the only ones who can tell you what those words mean, and they can screw the contract to just favour them every single time. We're being conned. That's apartheid. What about this? Dock and land. Transfer ownership and control of the entire conservation estate to tribal authorities. Do you know there was a big thing from the Waitangi Tribunal about the size of the Auckland telephone book saying, we're going to give all state land in Northland back to Maori. And I went, why? And you know that this thing was so thick and it was so full of Maori words. I know what the MPs do. They go like this, we can't understand this, we can't read this. It's full of Maori words and it's so confusing and it's not clear. Boom. Just to prove it, it's easier. Give them $1 billion. That's what they do. So the tribunal gets massive salaries to make documents that nobody understands, so the MPs get frustrated and just go, I'll just approve it, it's easier. The Department of Conservation now has formed an options development group. That's how do we give all the dock land. So if you want to go to a lake, a river, a mountain or the ocean, you're going to pay an iwi toll. In fact, some parts of the Hauraki Gulf now are Maori-only fishing areas. If you go in there, you're going to get a fine if you're not Maori. What the heck? This group has made a recommendation to give full control and governance of dock land to Maori. Government rezones privately owned land and gives rights over it to Maori. Do you know, I was in the Tauranga seminar just like this, and there was about this number of people here. And a guy says, can I say something? And I don't usually let people say halfway through, but he looked like a good guy. So I said, okay, what do you want to say? He said, I just had my land reclassified. And I said, what happened? He said, my land, I got a letter from Heritage New Zealand saying your land is reclassified. And I said, what excuse did they give you? They said, my land, get this, was in the flight path of a kereroo. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. And they said, wood pigeons fly across your land, therefore we're going to reclassify it. Now they lose control, but they pay the rates. This could happen to anybody. They could look along the road and say, that's a nice house. Let's go and say there's some bones there or something happened in 1722, and they can grab your house. You can't do anything. You know, with my land, I've got to wait until there's a new government to have all that wahi tapu stuff reversed. No point in doing it now. You're talking to a marae, people who are land grabbing. You know, the hypocrisy's huge. These are the people who say, oh, you stole all the land, but as soon as they get a little bit of power, they steal yours. But I don't get to go to the Waitangi Tribunal to get some compensation. I get nothing. This is all wrong. This is a takeover. This is apartheid. Education. Rewriting New Zealand's history, skipping the Muscat Wars and pre-Maori history, showing pre- and post-European Maori is different from what was observed and recorded by early Europeans, teaching critical race theory, Maori are wonderful, white people are bad. We had a mother who came into one of these things and she stood up and she said, you know, my son came home and said, I don't want to be a white person anymore, I want to be a Maori. Yeah. Where'd you get that from? School. Maori getting favoured at school. Teaching racial bias, teaching primary school children without Maori ancestry to feel ashamed. What's this? This is apartheid. Health. 2 healthcare systems, Maori healthcare system, funded by the taxpayer, decision-making and veto rights over the entire healthcare system. Maori patients prioritised, it's apartheid. I've got 2 people that I know, 2 sisters in their 50s, and they're twin sisters actually, and they're both Maori. They went up, one of them's got mental health issues, the other one's okay. They went to the hospital, the good one took the one who's struggling up there, and they were filling in some forms, a nurse was filling them in. They said, what ethnicity do you use? She said, we're Maori. And the nurse stopped and said, what are you doing here? She said, what do you mean? She said, you should be at the Maori health system. You get so much better treatment. They pick you up with a taxi, take you home with a taxi, ask if you got enough food in your cupboards, give you a $200 pack and save voucher. You get treated like royalty. You don't want to come here. This is the European one. This is South Africa. This is South Africa all over again. Justice. 2 justice systems, a Maori court system where offenders with a Maori ancestry were treated differently from other offenders. 2 jail systems, Maori jails where inmates with a Maori ancestry were treated differently from other inmates. Western common law replaced by tikanga, that's Maori customs and practices. People of Maori ancestry will be given greater legal rights. You know, if you don't punish people, they get worse. How many of you know that? People have got to be, you've got to experience, it's got to be a punishment. If you do the crime, you've got to do the time, true? If you just let them off and prison becomes like a spa pool, tennis court, massages, what's that going to do? That's going to train them to be bad. Like you get rewarded for crime. You've got to feel some pain. You've got to be denied some things. Punishment's got to be punishment. I've got a master's degree in educational psychology. You don't need to know that to learn that. It's apartheid. Water. Granting Maori rights to all fresh water. Councils pay Maori for water. Water costs and rates will go up. Giving Maori funding to cover all legal costs to claim the seabed and foreshore from mean high tide out to 12 nautical miles. Opponents to Maori must find their own legal costs. This is wrong. It's apartheid. Local council, iwi have decision-making and veto rights. The abolition of the right of local communities to hold a binding referendum on Maori ward seats. Remember when they said, oh, we don't want to have Maori ward seats, just, you know, let's have a referendum. Mahuta passed a law quickly and said, you can't have a referendum. I don't want the people knowing what the people say. I'm just going to push it through. That's a dictatorship. Isn't it? That's not democracy. Well, why isn't the paper all over this? Why isn't there an absolute uprising in the country? Well, because of the $55 million public interest journalism fund, they want to keep everybody down while they push through with their agenda. Local government minister Mahuta is now undertaking a review that appears likely to lead to 50% of the council seats being held by Maori. What is that? It's apartheid. Now, I want to know this. Now we're on to the Treaty of Waitangi. Put your seatbelt on. Don't think about the rugby, your dinner, your children, your grandchildren, or anything else. Just tune in, because this is the crucial bit. I spent a lot of time studying this to get it right. Is all of this constitutional, what I've just taken you through, or is it a coup? Well, here's my coup meter. To answer these questions, we have to go back to the Treaty of Waitangi, which has become, rightly or wrongly, our country's founding document. So here are the key players in the Treaty of Waitangi. Lord Normanby, Secretary of the Colonies, very powerful, close to the Queen. I don't want anybody moving around while I talk about this, please, because it's off-putting, truly. That's Lord Normanby. He was very close to the Queen. And he was the one that sent Hobson, under the instruction from the Queen, to New Zealand. Hobson was a military captain, naval. He'd been fighting the pirates in the Caribbean. He'd been to the West Indies. He got 3 bouts of yellow fever in the 1820s and 1830s. They called him Hobson the Lion. Nobody defeated Hobson. He was seen as a bit of a genius, military naval captain. He was the guy that they chose to come to New Zealand. Then there was Busby. He'd been here since 1833. Now remember that the treaty was signed in 1840. So he'd been here 7 years. And he actually came from Sydney. He was actually a British citizen, but he came from Sydney to have a crack at sorting out New Zealand, and he failed. He drew up the 1835 Declaration of Independence, had a go, but it fell over. Maori tribes were fighting again in 1838. But when he came here, he had a full head of hair. Some of you don't even get the joke. You're going, oh, that's terrible. Freeman was this Hobson's secretary. Now, Hobson sailed here on August the 25th, 1839. He went via Sydney, beautiful big warship, and he picked up Freeman. Now, Freeman was he's a bit of a dead loss, to be honest. And he was somebody they were just unloading on Hobson, and he became Hobson's secretary. But I'll tell you a bit more about him. Then we have this guy called Clendon. Now, Clendon was like the American consul. He'd been here for a number of years, and he was actually British, but he was working for the American government. Now, America had interest in New Zealand, like flax, whaling, sealing, and so he had to report back to America with what was happening in New Zealand because of the financial interest the Americans had here. They were never going to compete with the British, but he just had to report back. So he was an important guy. Then there was Henry Williams, who was really the hero. He and his son translated the treaty into Maori. He'd been here since 1823. He was a CMS missionary. CMS stands for Church Missionary Society missionary. He was a lovely man of God, and the Maori got to love him, and he became fluent in Te Reo. In fact, when the treaty came to be signed, he was the guy that Hobson chose to translate it because he was the most fluent Te Reo speaker in the country. And he'd been working with Maori for 17 years. Then we have this guy, he's not well known. His name was Reverend Taylor. Anybody know what he did? Oh. Why do I get this group? Reverend Taylor, he was the guy that translated, who actually transferred on the night of the 5th of February. Hobson gave him an instruction to transfer the treaty from paper. It was in Maori, but it was on paper, and he said to Taylor, I want it on dogskin by the morning of the 6th, ready for the chiefs to sign. Why would they put it onto dogskin? Pardon? Wasn't just to get rid of a dog. So that it would last longer. True? Thicker. Rats find it harder to eat. So he's important. And then the last guy is this guy, is hugely important, Colenso. He was here as the official British printer. He had a printing press in Paihia, and on February the 17th, that's 11 days after the treaty, he was ordered by Hobson to print 200 copies of the treaty in Maori on an offset print. Important guy. The other job that he had to do was he was in the tent on the 5th of February and the 6th of February, and his job was to record thank you. His job was to record the speeches of the chiefs on the 5th of February and the 6th of February. His records are massively important. He didn't publish a book, or the book of the record of the speeches of the chiefs was not published till 1889. But the record of them existed, and we have them today. And I'm going to show you some of the speeches of the chiefs. Very important guy. Who is this guy? Oh, somebody says Freeman. Whose secretary was he? Hobson. What was Lord Normanby? Oh, he was the secretary of the colonies, pretty much like Richard Nixon was Secretary of State for Nixon. Yeah, very powerful. And you know what? You didn't disobey these guys. This was like a military command. If the Queen said something, by the way, the Queen came onto the throne in 1838, and she stayed on that throne till 1901, I think it was, 60-something years. And she was only a young queen, and I'll tell you a bit more about her, Queen Victoria. Okay, this is perhaps the most important slide in the whole night. So whatever you're thinking about, think now. Lord Normanby's instructions to Hobson. When Hobson left Britain on his ship on the 25th of August 1839, he had under his arm a 4,200-word instruction from the Queen via Lord Normanby. These were instructions about what to do in New Zealand. They were orders. They were actually, the date of this Normanby's instruction was the 14th of August. He left on the 25th, that's 11 days. What happened in those 11 days? Normanby and Hobson would have discussed the brief that was okayed by the Queen. It was actually written by Sir James Stephen, who was the Under Secretary of the Colonies, but it was signed off by Normanby. And by the way, that guy James Stephen was the brother-in-law of William Wilberforce, who was the guy that was responsible for the abolition of the slave trade in Britain. Now, this is what it said. The Queen disclaims any pretension to seize the islands of New Zealand. This is you might say, well, it's not a very big deal. What's that? What's in there? There's a lot in here. The Queen disclaims every pretension to seize the islands of New Zealand. Let me tell you what was happening in Britain. This is a massive statement. Colonial countries could rightly, according to international law, just come into a country, kill all the natives, put up a flag and say this is ours. The land, everything. It was quite legal. In fact, if Britain had colonised New Zealand in the 1820s, there'd be no Maori left here. If the French had got here first, there'd be no Maori left here. The British saved Maori from complete extinction. Now, in Britain, Christian revival was sweeping the country in the late 1830s. The Queen was under the influence, and so were many of the MPs. There was massive reform in Britain. Penal reform, prison conditions, death penalty and so on. Child labour reform, children no longer able to work long hours for no money, filthy conditions. And the big one was the abolition of the slave trade, 1838. This huge influence changed, the Christian influence, changed British foreign policy. Britain now had what we call a humanitarian colonisation policy. And this is reflected in this instruction from Hobson, from Lord Normanby to Hobson. So the Queen says this, in a very Christian way. The Queen disclaims every pretension to seize the islands of New Zealand. She says, I'm not going to be a warmonger. We're not just going to go and then take New Zealand. So what are we going to do? Unless the free intelligent consent of the natives, that's Maori, expressed according to their established usages shall first be obtained. This is huge. They'd never done this before. This is like with New Zealand, we're going to work with Maori. We're going to get their free intelligent consent. Nothing forced here. No military coup. We're going to work with them. This is not like the Queen. Britain didn't this thing, but they did now. This was new. But what did Britain want? They said this, you will therefore frankly and unreservedly, this is Lord Norman B. de Hobson, you will therefore frankly and unreservedly explain the reasons which should urge them to acquiesce. Acquiesce means to come around to our point of view. So if you want to not have the island seized, to have the British work with you, getting your free intelligent consent, then you've got to acquiesce to something. What? What is it? What did the British want? What must they have? This is it. And the impossibility of Her Majesty extending to them, that's Maori, any effectual protection unless the Queen be acknowledged as the sovereign of their country. There's so much in this. The British said this: it is impossible for Britain to have anything to do with New Zealand unless they get sovereignty. Notice as well, the effectual protection, extending to them any effectual protection. They knew the main thing Maori want was protection from who? Themselves and the French. True? So they put this in the document. Unless the Queen be acknowledged as the sovereign of their country. Now I want you to remember this because it's huge. This is Waitangi today. This is Busby's house. It's been restored. But when Hobson came here, he went via Sydney, like I said, and he left Sydney on the 19th of January 1840. He arrived here he weighed anchor in Paihia on the 29th of January. It took 10 days to sail from Sydney to New Zealand. He put down anchor here, and it would have been pretty much there, I believe, because he had to go on shore to meet Busby and Clendon. Now, I want to clear a few things up. There's only one treaty, not multiple treaties. The treatyists and the left wing try to confuse you by saying there's lots of treaties. No, there's not lots of treaties. This is rubbish. There's only one treaty, and it's the treaty in Maori. I'm all for this treaty. You know, the media has said, oh, Julian Batchelor, he wants to get rid of the treaty. No, I don't. I actually love the Maori Treaty. I want to preserve the Maori Treaty. I want us to honour the Maori Treaty. Treaty in Maori. Because if we honoured the treaty in Maori as it was originally intended, we'd have nothing to do with co-governance. We'd have equality. We'd have beautiful democracy. We'd have lovely racial harmony. There'd be none of this crap we got today if we obeyed the treaty in Maori. And I'm going to show you that tonight. I'm for this treaty being interpreted as it was originally intended. Let's go back to the original meaning. By the way, international law dictates that the treaty in Maori takes precedence over anything written in English. The government at the moment is breaking international law by using versions of the treaty that are not the original treaty in Maori. Did you know that? Can I tell you what they're using? On April the 1st, 1840, the treaty was signed on February the 6th, so that's February, March, April, pretty much like 6 weeks after the treaty was signed. Reverend Maunsell, with other British officials, went to Waikato Heads to get the signatures of Maori. And unfortunately, when they got there was too many Maori and not enough copies of the treaty to get all the signatures. There wasn't room on the Maori treaty. They read the treaty in Maori out to the Maori chiefs. There was too many chiefs turned up, much more than they expected. And what Maunsell did, he did a thing that's caused a lot of problems. In his top pocket, he had a version of the treaty that was written by James Freeman, the guy who had been sacked pretty much. And James Freeman had been writing treaties after the Treaty of Waitangi to send to British authorities and Australian authorities and other people, and he was using the notes that were discarded by Hobson and Busby and Williams and Clendon. And one of those copies got into his on the top pocket of Maunsell. And when he didn't have enough room on the Maori Treaty for signatures to be gathered, he thought, what am I going to do? He wasn't doing a haka. He got out that fake treaty. He didn't know it was fake then, but it was completely different from the treaty in Maori, and he got signatures on the back of it just uses as a bit of paper to get signatures. Hobson signed it when it got back to base camp. And I believe Hobson signed it to verify that the signatures of the Maori on that document were valid. Then what happened was that Maori treaty that was read to Maori at Waikato Heads on April the 1st was wax sealed to that treaty that came out of the top pocket of Monsell just to get signatures. A bit of paper, that's all he wanted. They got separated, those bits of paper, and that treaty with James Freeman's fake treaty had forests and fisheries in it that the treaty in Maori does not have. And Maori activists got hold of it and said, we'll have that. We get more stuff from that. Let's have that as the official treaty in English. Shivers. Hobson's signature was only put on that to verify that the signatures gathered were bona fide. Maori were signing the Maori treaty, not Freeman's fake one. But activists have got hold of that. And the tribunal. The treaty makes no mention of partnership or co-governance. Let me show you. I will briefly explain the sequence of events leading up to the signing of the treaty. So what happened? Well, like I said, Hobson got here on the 29th of January, 1840. How many days in January? 31. That means 29, 30, 31. There was 3 days in January. When was the treaty signed? February the 6th. 3 and 6 is 9. They had 9 days to get this treaty organised. Hobson landed. He got off the ship. He was rowed ashore. He met Colenso and Busby. Here are the guys. I'll go through them in a second. They met Busby and they met Clendon. They had some formalities, but this was the invitation to the chiefs that was sent out by Busby, and I find this pretty cool because they had to get the chiefs there. What did they say on the invite? It wasn't done through Telegram or Skype. It was just paper. And they said this: a warship has arrived with a chief on board sent by the Queen of England to be a governor for us both. How cool is that? A warship has arrived with a chief on board. Who's the chief? Hobson. Hobson's the chief. A warship. Maori loved this sort of language. A warship. Massive big ship. Guns poking out. Union Jack flying. It was a sight to behold. So the chief started to move towards Waitangi, getting ready for the day on the 6th. Well, here's the guys that we want to talk about, and I'll explain now what happened. They went ashore, and Clendon and Hobson, Busby and Freeman met for some formalities. How are you? Had a cup of tea, talked about what they wanted to. They would have shown, Hobson would have shown these guys Normanby's instruction and gone over it with them. And then they set to writing the treaty. This is these guys: Busby, Freeman, Clendon, Hobson, 4 of them. By the 1st of February, they had 8 pages of notes, and it was those notes that Freeman got hold of later on, much later, to start writing his fake treaties. And he was dismissed. Freeman was dismissed. Do you know why? Because he wanted to write treaties with royal language, and they called it flowery royal language. And Hobson said, go and put your budgie smugglers on and go down the beach because, mate, Maori aren't going to understand this if it's too flowery and too royal. So he was just, you could put a cross through him. Then it was left to Hobson, Clendon and Busby. Now, on the night of the 1st, they had 8 pages of notes, like I said, and Hobson had a terrible row with the captain of HMS Herald. That was the name of the ship. And Hobson, like I said, was weak physically. He'd been fighting in the Caribbean. He'd had 3 bouts of yellow fever, like I said. And he must have had one hell of a row because it put him to bed on the ship. And Busby said to him, Busby got word of this and said, Hobson, Governor, would you like me to carry on with the treaty? Hobson said, yes, that'd be great. So for the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of February, now we're getting close, so watch this carefully, this man wrote the treaty. And on the evening of the 3rd, he had a clean draft to show to Hobson. Word was given to Hobson. Hobson was well enough to come ashore. On the morning of the 4th, Hobson comes ashore and he meets Clendon and Busby. Freeman's not there. We know they met in Clendon's house. Why? Because the final draft was written on W. Tucker 1833 watermark paper. Now that paper was not found in Busby's home. It was not brought by Hobson. None of these other characters had this particular paper. It was only found in Clendon's home. So on the 4th, Hobson, Clendon, Busby and Williams went over this treaty. What do you think was foremost in their mind? Norman B's instruction. They were under instructions from the Queen. If they got this wrong, they could lose their head, even though she was a Christian. And so, at 4 o'clock on the 4th, 4 o'clock, Hobson said to Williams, Williams, I want you to translate this final English draft into Maori. And he did it with his son Edward. The two of them were fluent. So on the night of the 4th, and going into the 5th, they translated it into Maori. And you have something here, look. You had the final English draft here. I'm going to put this up there because now I'm going to put my teacher's cap on. You had the treaty in English, the final draft. What type of paper was that written on? W. Tucker 1833 watermark paper. In whose writing was it written? Busby. Altogether, Busby. 4th of February, 4 o'clock. By the morning of the 5th, Williams and his son Edward had translated it into Maori, but it was on paper. What date? Who said the 5th? The 4th. What date? 5th. No, this one's the 5th. Now, they came ashore, Hobson, Clendon, Busby and Freeman. They met again in his home, and now they had the treaty in Maori, the first time it had ever been on paper in Maori. Now, between 7 o'clock in the morning, this is on the 5th. Shut up. On the 5th, between 7 in the morning and 12, these four men, Busby, Clendon, Hobson and Williams, went over the treaty in Maori. What do you think they discussed? Kawanatanga, the word sovereignty. Tino Rangatiratanga, the word possession. Taonga, the word property. And they would, I know what they would have said. They would have gone, now, Hobson would have said, now look, Williams, you sure you got this right? We can't make a cock up here. Well, this has got to be clear for Maori. They've got to understand this. Remember, the Queen said, you got to get their free, intelligent consent. Intelligent means they've got to understand it. You can't trick anybody here. This has got to be understandable. That's what the Queen told us. She wants to work with Maori. And there would have been massive discussion. We're only talking about half an A4 page, but they discussed it for 4 hours. At 12 o'clock, all the chiefs were in the tent ready. The Union Jacks were on the table. And these four men left to go and meet the chiefs. That day, 12 o'clock on the 5th, they read the treaty in English, and then it was written, and then it was spoken in Maori by this guy. And the beautiful thing is that it was discussed, and then speeches started. Some of the chiefs did not want to sign. They said, we don't want this treaty. And I think, personally, that's one of the greatest apologetics for why we know that what happened in that tent on the 5th of February was authentic. Because if they all agreed, I'd say something's wrong. You never have a group of people like that who all agreed. Something's wrong. But they didn't. Now let me tell you what happened. Look. This is what the chiefs actually said. These are the records, accurate. The first speaker was Te Kemera, chief of the Ngāti Kawa tribe. Health to thee, O governor, he says. I'm not pleased towards thee. In other words, I don't like your treaty. I shall never say yes to your staying. In other words, I don't like your treaty. Were we to be in equality, in other words, were we to be equal, then perhaps Te Kemera would say yes. But for the governor to be up and Te Kemera to be down, the governor high, up, and Te Kemera down, low, small, a worm, a crawler. No, 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 oh governor. Beautiful. What's he talking about? Sovereignty. He's saying, I'm not having you rule over me. Isn't he? Come on, this is clear. This is a direct speech from a Maori chief. Here's the reference. Here's another chief. Look what he said. Te Raha of Ngāti Rehia said, no governor for me, for us native men. We only are the chiefs, the rulers. We will not be ruled over. What? Thou a foreigner up and I down? Thou high and I, is it Tariha? The great chief of the Ngāpuhi tribes low? No, no, never, never. What's he saying? I'm not submitting to anybody. I don't want sovereignty. They knew what sovereignty was. What about these guys? Te Huhu refused to sign, his reason being that it would place the mana of Te Huhu beneath the feet of a woman. He said, I'm not going to put myself under a woman. Some of the guys are going like this with their wives. The way you laugh tells me I know you. What Maori president President Waitangi understood what was meant by kawanatanga, that's the Maori word for sovereignty, is evident from the remark of one chief that if kawanatanga was ceded, he would thereafter have to ask permission of the British authorities to paddle his canoe across the river. He said, I'm not doing that. This is sovereignty talk. This is Henry Williams, the translator, who translated the treaty from English to Maori. Henry Williams reported to British Cell when he said this: the instruction of Captain Hobson was not to allow anyone to sign the treaty till he fully understood it, to which instruction I did mostly attend, that the natives to whom I explained the treaty understood the nature of the same, there can be no doubt. At the end of the day of the 5th, all these speeches, all this recording, Maori chiefs retreated to Titi'i Marae at Waitangi. They left the tent and they said, we want a bit of time on our own. They went up into the marae and Henry Williams and his son went with them all night to discuss the treaty, iron out any things that weren't clear, could have been misinterpreted, might not be clear. It's a testimony to the British that they allowed all this discussion. They wanted Maori. The Queen said, you cannot go ahead with the treaty if they don't have the free, intelligent consent of the Maori. Intelligent means they've got to understand it. So Hobson says, you've got to make sure these chiefs understand this. So they gave them plenty of time for discussion. These guys went with them all night on the 5th, and they come back on the 6th. They come back to the tent. Oh my goodness. And they say, we're ready to sign. Hobson was amazed. He said this, he thought it would take a week. One night. $12 on the 6th. By the way, on the night of the 5th, who was the guy who transferred it from paper to dogskin? Oh, you've forgotten already. Oh, how come when you go, the further you go south, something goes south as well? treaty in Dogskin, who was it? Reverend Taylor, remember? Who wrote this one? Oh, about 2 people out of a group of 150. Busby, who did this one? Williams. Taylor. Okay, one more time. One more time. No, I changed it. Watch where my finger's going. I just want you to get it. I'm a teacher. What's this one? You got it. You're good. Give yourselves a clap. Now, just the dates. What date is this one? Okay. So, this is good. I want you to get you hot with the treaty. Okay, this is the final English draft. This is this one here. Look. Who wrote this? Okay, I want you to see this. This document here is the one that's written on W. Tucker 1833 watermark paper. It was found only in whose house? Clendon. Now what we think happened is this. Look, please watch this carefully. This has been the final English draft, which is that, was translated into this, and then transferred, not translated, transferred onto Dogskin. We think on the, it was signed on the 6th by the, this was signed on the 6th by the chiefs, and who was the first to come forward? Hone Hiki, the biggest, baddest war chief in New Zealand, and he goes like this, I want to be first. Now, this Littlewood draft, Clendon had to send copies to America. They were all buzzing over this being signed by Maori, and they kind of forgot about this, and Clendon went, wait a minute, I can't send a Maori version to America, because who's going to understand that? I got to get this one, and I've got to make some copies of it to send to the Americans. Remember, this is Clendon. So in his house, and we think on the 7th or the 8th of February, he makes 3 copies of the treaty. He copies the final draft, this one. And he sends 3 of them. He does them by hand, and we know what he did. There was actually a spelling mistake on this, a couple of mistakes. One of them was the word sovereignty. Busby hadn't spelt the word sovereignty, but Clendon fixed that word and put the right spelling, and he sent 3 copies to America. Then this is what we think happened. At the end of that, when and we've got those copies on microfiche, and they're exactly the same as that. They're in America. Then what happened was this. He took this after he'd finished with it, and there was a lawyer in his house called Henry Littlewood. He was a Paihia-based lawyer. And he says to Littlewood, Littlewood, come here. Mate, take this, and I want you to store it away. This is what they made the treaty from. Just store it away. We don't need it now. I've got my copies to America. We've made the treaty from this. It's in Maori. And I heard Hobson said to Colenso, make 200 copies of this and get it sorted. Because we're going to take all these copies all around the country getting signatures of more Maori. So Littlewood put it in his pocket. Now, watch what happened next. That's about the 7th or 8th of February. The Littlewood draft. Of crucial importance is the final English draft. After making a copy, actually 3 copies of it, to send to his superiors in the USA, and after Williams were finished with it, Clendon gave this final draft to his lawyer, Henry Littlewood. It was lost until 1989 when it was found in the house of the relatives of Henry Littlewood in Pukekohe. You know what they were doing? Nobody could find this anywhere. It had just got lost. And then, one day in Pukekohe in 1989, relatives of the Henry Littlewood, the lawyer, were emptying a linen cupboard, and they pulled some sheets out, and onto the floor dropped this envelope. And on the back of it, it said, Treaty of Waitangi. holy moly. They put the sheets to one side, picked up the envelope, gingerly they opened it, and that was inside. He took it to his local MP, who said, mate, this is hot. They took photographs of it, which is why we have it here, went to Archives New Zealand, then it ended up in Parliament, and when it got to Parliament, they said, mate, we've got to put this away quickly. Get it out of sight. Why? It had no record, no mention of forest and fisheries. It was different from this treaty. This treaty has no mention of forests and fisheries, but that, and nor does that one, because these two, the treaty in Maori and Dogskin and the final English draft, they're identical, except for two things. The date, this is the 4th, this is the 6th, and in Article 2, in the Maori Treaty, this one, they stuck the word Maori in Article 3, and I'll show you where it is in a minute. So only two differences. Now the tribunal has been using the James Freeman Rogue one, which had forests and fisheries. This one didn't have forests and fisheries. So they said, put it out of sight quickly, get rid of it. They put it in Archives New Zealand. For political reasons and under pressure from activists, this draft has been hidden away out of sight. It matches the Maori version almost perfectly. It makes no mention of forests and fisheries. The tribunal said, mate, we're sticking with James Freeman's Rogue version because it has forests and fisheries. Don't worry about this final English draft. Don't worry about the treaty in Maori. We'll stick with the one that we get most stuff from. It's fraud. Why has it been hidden out of sight? It threatens to end the gravy train. Now, we're on to the preamble. Watch this. Now, the preamble of the treaty is what was, the preamble tells you what was the intention of the people writing it. This is what it said. Her Majesty Victoria, Queen of England, and her gracious consideration for the chiefs and the people. Her gracious. She's been gracious. She's not a warmonger. She says, I want to work with them, get their consent. And this is then she goes on to say this. And her desire to preserve them their land. Stop there. Prior to 1838, colonialism just went and took land. She says, no, I don't want to do that. I want to preserve Maori their land. You tell Maori that we'll buy their land off them. We're not going to take it. This is a Christian queen. We're going to tell Maori the land is yours. We're not going to take it. We're going to buy it from you. And to maintain peace and order among them. We're going to bring peace and order to you tribes that have been fighting and warring, and you've come to us to ask for protection and to get order and to get a government going because you weren't able to. We'll do it. Has been pleased to appoint an officer to treat with them for the cession of their sovereignty of their country and of the islands adjacent to them. She says, we'll give you your land, we'll buy it from you, we'll set up a government for you and make things cool, but we got to get sovereignty. That's, remember Lord Nombi? Seeing that already many of Her Majesty's subjects have already settled in the country, that's British people coming here to live, and are constantly arriving, and that it is desirable for their protection as well as the protection of the natives to establish a government among them. She says, we'll give you a government. We'll protect you. But then she goes on. Her Majesty has accordingly been pleased to appoint me, William Hobson, Captain of the Royal Navy, to be Governor of such parts of New Zealand as may now or hereafter be ceded to Her Majesty. Sovereignty. Sovereignty. We'll do this, this, and this. Set up a government, protect you. You can keep your land, we'll buy it off you, we'll get peace and order going, but we've got to get sovereignty. And proposes to the chiefs of the Confederation of United Tribes and of New Zealand and the other chiefs to agree to the following articles. Now here they are. That was the Treaty of Waitangi, but here are the articles. What's the first article going to be about, do you think? What's the first article going to be about? Why? Because it was the big thing for Lord Nombi and the Queen. What did they say? You don't get sovereignty, we're pulling out of New Zealand. So those boys, Hobson, Clendon, Williams, and Busby, they said the first article's got to be sovereignty. And here it is. The chiefs of the Confederation of United Tribes and the other chiefs who have not joined the Confederation cede to the Queen of England forever the entire sovereignty of their country. Cede means to give up or to give somebody control. Sovereignty means government or complete power to govern a country. Does this article teach, instruct, convey the idea that Maori would be self-determining, having their own government, or that the Queen entered into a partnership with Maori? Yes or no? No. Okay. If you extrapolate out the words cede and sovereignty, this is how the article reads. The chiefs of the Confederation of United Tribes and the other chiefs who have not joined the Confederation give up to the Queen of England forever the entire right to govern their country. Hey mate, what do you see today in New Zealand? Maori saying we're going to govern the country. True? This is treason. This is a complete trashing of Article 1 of the treaty. How come they're not being pulled up? 55 million public interest journalism fund. You're not allowed to say that. Co-governance in Article 1, impossible. Partnership in Article 1, impossible. Now, watch this. Te Raparana Ngata, who was an MP in the 1920s and 30s, New Zealand's best and most well-known Maori politician. He got a law degree in 2 years instead of 3. He had a Doctor of Literature, and he went round Marais in the 1920s and 30s. Why? Because Maori were complaining that they had no land. And they were saying, that treaty was really bad for us. Do you know what I think Maori were suffering from? Seller's remorse. The stats show that Maori had sold 90% of New Zealand by 1865. How many of you have sold a property and wish you hadn't? Because now it's worth a lot of money, right? How many? Put your hand up nice and high. That's called seller's remorse. You wished you hadn't sold. And in the 1920s and 30s, Maori was saying, we wish we hadn't sold that land because now we don't have any. Well, what did Te Raparana Ngata say about that? He went round all the maraes. He sometimes stood in as a deputy prime minister, and he said this: it was the first article of the treaty which transferred the chiefly authority of our ancestors, affecting you and your future generations forever. He's talking to Maori. The treaty made one law for Maori and Pākehā. If you think things are wrong, which they were thinking in the 1920s and 30s, and bad, then blame our ancestors who gave away their rights in the days when they were very powerful. And then he says this: this was the transfer by the Maori chiefs to the Queen of England forever of the government of their lands. It is the absolute authority over the Maori people which the article transmits into the hands of the Queen and Parliamentary Council. The main purport was the transferring of the authority of the Maori chiefs for making laws to their respective tribes and sub-tribes under the Treaty of Waitangi to the Queen of England forever. He's saying this: you sold your land. You made the government the supreme authority over you. Suck it up. You got nothing to complain about. This is what he said. Then enter this guy, Hugh Kāwhuru, 1989, the Kingpin Treaty Twister. This is really bad. In 1989, Hugh Kāwhuru was invited by the government of the day to attempt to reconstruct the literal translation of the treaty. I can't believe this happened. David Lange was the Prime Minister. And Maori, Hugh Kāwhuru and other Maori, went to David Lange and they said, David, would it be okay if we just wrote out what we thought was in the minds of the chiefs in 1840 when they signed? Would it be okay if we had a little go at doing that? Because we think we can really get into their minds and tell you what they were thinking. And David Lange must have had a duh moment, because he said, okay. Now you might think that was innocent, but mate, that opened the floodgates to billions of dollars going down the Googler. Now watch what happened. Look at this. He was a member, this is Kāwhuru, was a Maori, a tribunal member, and a claimant. The conflicts of interest were large and glaring, but David Lange didn't see it. We don't know why. Hard to believe this happened and was allowed, but it did. This is like giving the mongrel mob control over the ports of Auckland. So this is what he said. This is what Kāwhuru did with this treaty. Article 1. He said he picked on the word sovereignty. Now, the word sovereignty is a translation of the Maori word kawanatanga. This word had been in use for many years before 1840, and Maori would have been very familiar with it. But Kāwhuru maintained that Maori did not know what this word meant. He maintained that Maori did not cede sovereignty. This is nonsense. They knew what this word meant. How do we know? Well, we must just examine the facts. What facts? First, we must look, as we have already done, to what the chiefs actually said on February the 6th, 1840, which was meticulously minuted by Colenso. Second, we must look at other historical documents and events. One of those events was the 1860 Kohimarama Conference in Auckland. What was that conference all about? Well, 112 chiefs met for a month. At the end of the conference, they moved and passed a series of resolutions. They were unanimous that they ceded sovereignty to the Queen of at Waitangi in 1840. This is the actual document that they signed off. Proceedings of the Kohimarama Conference. This is one of the resolutions, that the conference takes cognizance of the fact that the several chiefs, members thereof, are pledged to each other to do nothing inconsistent with their declared recognition of the Queen's sovereignty and of the union of the two races where one people, also the discontinuance of all proceedings tending to a breach of the covenant, that's the treaty, here solemnly entered into by them. A resolution carried unanimously. Now, 112 chiefs, many of them, Wakanono was there, many of the chiefs 20 years after the event. That's a long time to think about something to see if you were ripped off or you didn't understand it. Isn't it not? Is that a long time to think about something? These 112 chiefs said, you know what? We ceded sovereignty. Then Hugh Kāwhuru comes along, 1989, and says, I know more than those 112 chiefs. Yeah, right. How did this happen? Do you know what the most compelling evidence is that Maori ceded sovereignty? It's not what they said in the tent. It's not what they said in the tent. It's not even what happened at the Kohimarama conference. Do you know what the most compelling evidence is? Please get this. If you can get this, I'll give you a lolly. I've got some lollies here. Look at this. It's the very existence of the treaty. Can anybody tell me why? That's the most compelling evidence. The existence. Just the existence of it. Don't worry about what it says. Just the existence of it. Can anybody tell me? I better tell you because it doesn't look like it's going to come. Remember the brief that Lord Normanby gave to Hobson? He said this, the impossibility of Her Majesty extending to them any effectual protection unless the Queen be acknowledged as the sovereign of their country. Now, think about this. Lord Normanby's instructions were crystal clear. He was definite. It was essentially get sovereignty for the Queen and for Britain completely and forever, or the deal is off. We're pulling out of New Zealand. No sovereignty, no treaty. No sovereignty, no deal. If we don't get sovereignty, don't go any further. Leave Maori to self-annihilate, leave them to the French. We're out. The fact that the treaty exists and that Britain did not pull out of New Zealand but carried on tells us emphatically what really happened on February the 6th, 1840. Maori ceded sovereignty. Give me a clap for that. You can't argue with that. You can't argue with that. Because the British said we're going no further unless we get sovereignty. Doesn't matter what Kāwhuru says. Doesn't matter what Freeman said. Those men who came on behalf of the British, they had to get sovereignty, otherwise they'd pull out. They did not pull out. It tells you they got sovereignty. This proclamation was put all over New Zealand. I'm going to have to go on this side for this. Sorry about that. This is the camera. This proclamation was stuck with glue and paper on fences, poles, everything. William, whereas I, William, in command from Her Majesty Queen Victoria through her Principal Secretary of State for the Colonies, who was that? No, Normanby. To assert on the grounds of discovery the sovereign rights of Her Majesty over the southern islands of New Zealand, commonly called the Middle Island, and Stewart Island, and the island commonly called the Northern Island, having been ceded in sovereignty to Her Majesty. Now therefore I, William Hobson, Lieutenant Governor of New Zealand, do hereby proclaim and declare to all men that from and after the date of these presents, the full sovereignty of the islands of New Zealand vests in Her Majesty Queen Victoria, her heirs and successors forever, William Hobson, Lieutenant Governor, God Save the Queen. That was put up all over New Zealand. My question is this. This was a proclamation published all around New Zealand after the Treaty of Waitangi was signed off. Would the British have been so deceitful, so foolish to publish the proclamation all over New Zealand for all the chiefs to see in plain sight if it were not true? If the chiefs were not 100% on board with ceding sovereignty, what would the Queen have thought if one of her representatives was telling lies and untruths on the other side of the world? He would have lost his head. Kafuru's interpretation of the treaty is at variance with historical fact. That's what the chief said in the tent, Koremarama conference, with Sarapa Rananara, he doesn't agree with it, and with the opinions of reputable scholars and academics. Yet his interpretation is being used by the Waitangi Tribunal as the official correct interpretation, the basis of payouts and compensation. The tribunal uses Hugh Kafuru's back translation, and they use James Freeman's rogue version. The two of them, they flick between the two. They should be using the treaty in Maori, nothing else. That's legal. These are illegal. Article 2. Watch this. The Queen of England confirms and guarantees to the chiefs and the tribes and all the people of New Zealand the possession of their lands, dwellings and property. That's so clear. But the British are just saying, we're going to make sure that your property is protected. Why? Because pre-1840, Dr. Paul Moon says, Maori were living in what he calls, quote, an atmosphere of unbearable anxiety, unquote. They never knew when a tribe was going to come pouring over the hill, enslave them, eat them, and take all their stuff. So the British said, we're going to protect your lands, your dwellings, and your property. Then they said this, but the chiefs of the Confederation of the United Tribes and the other chiefs grant to the Queen the exclusive rights of purchasing such lands as the proprietors of Maori, therefore may be disposed to sell. Please stop there. The British said, we'll buy land off you now, off you Maori. We're going to stop settlers buying it off you because we want to protect you from settlers ripping you off. And we'll only do it when you guys are disposed to sell, when you want to sell. No forcing anybody. At such prices as may be agreed. We're going to agree on the price. Maori, the British said to Maori, we'll handle the sales for you, because what was happening was Maori were going like this. Settlers were going up to Maori saying, hey mate, do you want this pot, this metal pot for those 5,000 acres? Maori goes, kia ora bro, that'd be good. Here. And the British said, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to protect Maori. We're going to look after them. We're only going to buy their land if they want to sell it, and they've got to agree on the price. No forcing. And the person appointed by the Queen to purchase from there. Now, watch this. Does this article teach, instruct, convey the idea that Maori would be self-determining, having their own government, or that the Queen entered into a partnership with Maori? Yes or no? No. Okay, now, co-governance in Article 2? No. Partnership? No. Impossible. It's not there. Okay. Kafuru got hold of this word possession. This is the key part of the whole seminar. Watch this, please. Stay with me. Kafuru got hold of this word possession, which comes from the Maori, tēnā rangatiratanga. Watch what he did with this. Man. This is this word. Kafuru said the word possession, tēnā rangatiratanga, meant unqualified exercise of chieftainship. In other words, Maori could carry on being chiefs. The chiefs could carry on being chiefs. They didn't cede sovereignty. According to Kafuru, the chiefs only ceded to the governor the right to govern settlers while they could carry on being chiefs. That is to say, the chiefs did not cede sovereignty. Well, hang on a minute. Tēnā rangatira does not mean this. It simply means ownership. We're going to protect the ownership of their lands, dwellings and property. Ownership is right. Kafuru is wrong. How do we know? Well, by denying the chiefs did not cede sovereignty, Kafuru's interpretation glaringly contradicts Lord Normanby's instructions, the treaty preamble, and Articles 1 and 3. It clashes with the other articles. He says they didn't cede sovereignty, but the preamble, Article 1 and 3 said they did. What? You can't have big contradictions in a treaty. Number 2, the final English draft uses the word possession. If Hobson and Busby had meant unqualified exercise of chieftainship, they would have used those words. Deliberately, they did not use those words. Number 3, before the treaty, marriage life was characterised by war, cannibalism, infanticide and slavery. After the treaty, historical evidence shows these behaviours dramatically ceased. Why? Because Maori had given up their chieftainship. Chiefs had given up their chieftainship. It's clear. Number 4, what applies to the chiefs and tribes also applies to, quote, all the people of New Zealand. It says that in the article. Non-Maori people in New Zealand do not talk in terms of being chiefs over their land, their homes and their properties. Do you talk about being a chief? Some of the guys go. They talk simply of owning your property, which is precisely the right translation. Now, so Kawharu's interpretation is not a natural fit. Bruce Moon puts it like this, New Zealand's top treaty historian. It is absurd to suggest that the first provision of the treaty, having been for the cession of sovereignty, Hobson and his advisers would have contradicted themselves a few lines later to allow sovereignty to continue to reside with the chiefs. Another historian, Mike Butler, says this. In a text with 11 footnotes, Kawharu redefined key words to create a treaty in which chiefs only ceded to the governor the right to govern settlers while they could carry on being chiefs, which is nonsense. Then this guy's a heavyweight. This is Phil Parkinson, archivist and historian. He said this, Kawharu's modern mistranslation of Tino Rangatiratanga as the unqualified exercise of chieftainship is not merely erroneous, but it's preposterous. Paul Moon, my friend, he said this, in an astonishing report issued in 2014, the Waitangi Tribunal claimed that Maori chiefs who signed the treaty agreed to share power and authority with Britain but did not cede sovereignty. Professor Paul Moon says the tribunal's conclusion was manifestly wrong. Let me tell you what Tino Rangatiratanga means. You know what I have here? This is the Henry Williams 1840 Dictionary of Maori Words. Altogether? Ooh. You need to know this, because I wanted to know, what does that word actually mean? This is the 1840 dictionary that they used, not the actual one, otherwise it'd be worth millions and I'd get mugged on the way out. But it's a copy of, this one's a reprint 1921, but it's an exact copy of what he used. And this is what he says. Rangatiratanga means evidence of breeding and greatness. Evidence of breeding and greatness. Look at this. I've marked it. Now, let me tell you what Tino Rangatiratanga means. What it actually means. Who was the only one in Maori society prior to 1840 who could own anything? Chiefs. Think about this. When Hobson and Williams and Clendon put this treaty together, they said this: we want all Maori to have chiefly status with respect to their lands, dwellings and property. For the first time ever, we're going to make it possible for all Maori to own property. Slaves, women, everybody. It was a Christian concept. They were setting the captives free. They were freeing Maori to own stuff, ordinary Maori, for the first time ever, having chiefly status for their land, dwellings and property. I think that's beautiful. Give me a clap for that. That's what it means. That's what Tino Rangatiratanga means. Look, what does this word mean? With respect to land, dwellings and property, all Maori would have chiefly status. That is to say, before the Treaty of Waitangi, only chiefs could own anything. By using Tino Rangatiratanga, Hobson, Busby and Williams were wanting to convey the idea that all Maori could now own land, dwellings and property. It was a Christian concept. They were setting the captives free. Imagine if you were an ordinary Maori, a slave, and you found out through the Treaty of Waitangi that now you could own land. Is that beautiful or not? Some of you are going, maybe. Not if you're a slave. This interpretation fits neatly and easily with Article 3 of the treaty, where all Maori were given British citizenship. Because when you were a British citizen, you could own land, dwellings and property. It had to apply to all Maori. So Tino Rangatiratanga must mean everybody could own stuff, not just chiefs. So what was the motivation of these people? What was his motivation for interpreting as unqualified exercise of chieftainship? What was his motivation? Money, greed, lust for power and control. What were these guys? They're my boys. They're my boys. What was their motivation? Determined to bring liberty and equality to all Maori. You know who was most influential in this whole deal? This guy, Williams. He's a Christian. He goes, you know what? Before God, it's not right to have inequality. And he was the guy that put Tino Rangatiratanga in there. He wanted all Maori to be equal. No special tiers of Maoridom, chiefs and the rest. No. After the treaty, everyone's equal in Maoridom. Beautiful. So here's some examples of treaty-ignorant politicians. Look, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Some of you just go, you cover your eyes. Now, we're going to need to get this right up at the front. Because what happens here is, this is our ex-Prime Minister, one of the worst Prime Minister New Zealand's ever had. And she's asked by a reporter, Prime Minister, what's Article 1 of the treaty say? And then on her shoulder here, this guy here, you can only see his shoulder, that's Willie Jackson. And he goes like this. Willie Jackson goes like this. Kawanatanga. And she goes, Kawanatanga. And then the reporter says, and what about Article 2, Prime Minister? And she goes, and he goes, Tino Rangatiratanga. He doesn't even know what the treaty, Willie Jackson doesn't even know what it means. Watch this.
Prime Minister, Article 1 of the treaty, what does it say? Oh, Article 1, on the spot? Kawanatanga, sorry, excuse me. Article 2? Look, Tino Rangatiratanga, I know the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. I know our obligations. Of course.
That's enough. She just goes into a lot of spin, right? So I've got Willie Jackson, the parrot on the shoulder here. Notice Willie Jackson, the parrot on the shoulder, had to give her answers. Notice too, she did not quote the actual articles. She only quoted the words which Hugh Kāwhuru had fraudulently twisted. It's shameful for her, at the time our Prime Minister, to say in one breath, the treaty is our founding document, and then in the next to not know what it says. The parrot saved her from total embarrassment. It was all captured on camera. Now this is the worst one. This is Marama Davidson, and look what she says. Marama Davidson just spouts off Tino Rangatiratanga, and she gives you the Hugh Kāwhuru fraudulent interpretation of those words. She says, oh, it just means that, if Maori can get control of their land and their people and their, it's going to be better for everybody. She is just, it's spin. It's not true. Watch. And then she attacks Chris Luxon.
From what I'm hearing, it sounds like Chris Luxon has trampled all over the Articles of Te Tiriti, which I'm not surprised at all. Surprised that he thought it was the right thing to do here in Te Ao Māori on the birthday of Hiramu Ratana, but I think it sends a clear message about where his values are at. Co-governance, the actual discussion is tino rangatiratanga in the Articles of the Treaty. That's what the discussion is, and the actual discussion is when Māori are able to control our people and our land, it's good for everyone, whether it's looking after our rivers and our waters, looking after our community, that is good for future generations. That's the conversation that Mr Luxon has no ability to grasp, and it's a bit weird that he went and made something that dishonours Te Tiriti here at Ratana today. Te Tiriti is really clear about honouring tino rangatiratanga of Māori over our lands, treasures and people. And so that's something that Chris Luxon will never understand and will never fight for. Surprised that he had the cheek to actually put that out loud here today at Ratana.
So she says he has the cheek, but really, they say Luxon has the cheek, but really, does she have the cheek to spout on like that? No. Look, what you have here is this. She's a history-ignorant politician. She herself does not know what the treaty says. She knocks Chris Luxon, accusing him of being ignorant, but she herself is equally ignorant. This is a case of the blind leading the blind. This is how we've gotten into this co-governance disaster. Because all the politicians should be sitting in this meeting. Every one of them. You don't sign on for anything more of the Treaty of Waitangi. Disband the tribunal. Stop it. Get them all history savvy. All politicians ought to have compulsory history lessons because it's the blind leading the blind. They're all taking us over the cliff. Well, here's Article 2. The last word I want to talk about is the word property, and it's in Maori it's the word taonga, just in this one, and then we're going to be getting through. Bruce Moon says the word has an interesting history. Because remember, the Queen of England confirms and guarantees to the chiefs and the tribes the possession of their lands, dwellings, and all their property. Well, in 1820, while assisting Kendall and Lee of Cambridge in compiling the first Maori dictionary, Hongi Hika had defined it as property procured by the spear, teo. In an appeal for protection by 13 Ngāpuhi chiefs to King William in 1831, they said, quote, these 13 Ngāpuhi chiefs, "We are people without possessions. We have nothing but timber, flax, pork, and potatoes." And the word for possessions was taonga. That's what the Maori said that word means. Kāwhuru twisted it. Let's be clear, the word taonga means that which can be acquired with a spear. So when a tribe embarked on a tribal raid to kill, eat, and enslave another, taonga was anything that could be seen with the eye in the immediate vicinity: animals, women, children, wakas, implements, tools. Visible booty, nothing more, nothing less. Kāwhuru fraudulently interpreted this word to mean treasures. Anything Maori today in modern New Zealand, treasure. Come on, look how broad that is. Thus the floodgates of fraud and corruption opened. Forests, fisheries, oceans, all the water, the air, waves, Antarctica, and even space travel. How could these things be acquired by the spear? Look at this, look. All Maori need to do today is say they treasure something and it's theirs via the treaty and the tribunal. What is this? It's fraud and corruption. Now, here it is. Maori voice is left out as New Zealand's space sector grows. University of Canterbury Pukanga Maori lecturer William Grant said New Zealand's space sector could benefit from greater policy discussion and mana whenua input. He pointed out to light pollution as an issue that could disproportionately harm Indigenous people and risk future generations losing access to an important repository of knowledge. So they're saying Maori are being disadvantaged in New Zealand because of light pollution coming off the cities. Come on. Honestly, it's hard to take this seriously. Here's another one. Crown signs over a quarter share of 5G spectrum to Maori. In May, Communications Minister Jenny Anderson confirmed the working group would receive a quarter share of the 5G spectrum to manage on behalf of all Maori as agreed in February 2022 under what was described then as a historic agreement recognising Maori interest in radio spectrum. You know, this is just ridiculous. How come the media's not all over this? How come there's not a huge big marches all over the country? They've just given 20% of the radio spectrum to Maori. What for? It's not in the treaty. How do you acquire that by the spear? The radio waves. Here it is. A Maori vision for Antarctica's future. Maori may have been the first to reach Antarctica in the 7th century. But the past matters less than what lies ahead, according to Indigenous scholars. Or you imagine going to Antarctica in a waka with a feather cloak on. Come on. How come I haven't thought this through? This is silly. This is just stupid. So Article 3. In return for the cession of their sovereignty to the Queen, the people of New Zealand shall be protected by the Queen of England, and the rights and privileges of British subjects will be granted to them. Now, this is where they stuck in the word Maori. Remember I said this version here? This is the Maori version on dogskin. There's only two differences between this and the final English draft in paper. This is the date. This was the 4th. This is the 6th. There's only one difference. One more difference. There's only two differences. They're a mirror image. Shivers. This one had the word Maori stuck in there at last minute. The Maori people of New Zealand shall be protected by the Queen of England, and the rights and privileges of British subjects will be granted to them. Why did they stick that in? Well, British citizens who were already here were already British citizens. They already had citizenship, true? So the British said, what's the big thing Maori want? Protection, British citizenship. True? So they said, let's make it real clear for Maori. They can't get this wrong. Remember Lord Normanby said, make it really clear, be frank with them about why they should acquiesce. This is it, being really frank, really upfront, really honest, straight. This is for the Maori people. We'll give you British citizenship and you'll have all the rights and privileges of being British. And the Maori chiefs went, man, this is cool. In the treaty, which is the treaty in Maori, the word Maori was inserted by Henry Williams. Apart from the date, this is the only difference between the Littlewood draft, this one, and the Te Tiriti, the treaty in Maori. Does this article teach, instruct, convey the idea that Maori would be self-determining, having their own government? Yes or no? No. Okay, so we're out of articles. We're out of the treaty. There's no more. So we've been through 3 articles of the treaty and none of them teach partnership or co-governance. So what are we doing mucking around with co-governance? I've been through it. There's nothing in the treaty about co-governance or partnership. This is ridiculous. Winston Peters said this, does the treaty mean partnership? It is truly staggering that a claim of partnership for Maori is being made based on the Treaty of Waitangi when Queen Victoria was not in the partnership with anyone in the UK or the British Empire on the day before the 6th of February or the day after. And then Anthony Wiley, judge, he's a retired district judge and Canterbury University law lecturer, he said this, Maori and the Crown are not partners in any sense of the word. It is constitutionally impossible for the Crown to enter into partnership with any of its subjects. And then David Longy, did Queen Victoria for a moment think of forming a partnership with a number of signatures, a number of thumbprints and 500 people? Queen Victoria was not that sort of person. We can have a democratic form of government or we can have indigenous sovereignty. But they can't coexist and we can't have them both. We've got that happening today. We've got indigenous people wanting indigenous sovereignty and they want democracy. There's going to be a massive train wreck. So I'm going to take you right back to this. Now that I've shown you the treaty, now I've been through it, I want you to look at this. If you signed up, you have to say, you have to say under contract that Maori and the Crown are in partnership through the treaty. You have to say that Maori never ceded sovereignty to Britain or any other state. What is this? How do you feel about the government paying media outlets to lie to you? How do you feel about that? Angry. You should be absolutely throwing things in the air. This is really bad. This is like North Korea corruption. About being deceived. About being brainwashed with false information. About being groomed for takeover. How do you feel about all that? This is so bad. I'm going to just finish with this, the benefits of colonisation. Because a lot's been made about how bad colonisation is, but I just want to just put the record right. Roads, medicines, hospitals, police, schools, cars, trucks, anything motorised, electricity, supermarkets and food outlets, clothes, cell phones, TVs, computers, aeroplanes, water that comes out of a tap, dentists, modern toilets and appliances, the preservation of the Maori language, government financial support for the unemployed, the disabled, the elderly. Everything I have mentioned and more is the result of colonisation. Maori arrived here and settled here about 1250 AD. When the colonists arrived here in numbers about 1800, Maori had not even invented a wheel or shoes. Now, one of the things I said I'd do when I got here, when I went touring, is I'd never be woke and I'd never be PC. I just tell the truth. If it offends somebody, I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. I wondered what the rest of the world was up to for 600 years. So I thought I'd look. 1182, the Chinese invented the compass. 1127, the printing press by the Chinese. 1200, gunpowder in Britain. 1202, the abacus, the Italians got that. Windmills in Holland. The first gun, the Chinese. Eyeglasses, the Italians. Clocks, the Swiss. Glass making, the Italians. Functional buttons on clothing, the Germans got that. 1120, the first sawmill for ship making. 1600, John Napier invents a way to calculate logarithms. 622, the first slide rule. 1637, René Descartes invented analytical geometry. 1642, Pascal designed a mechanical calculator. So what am I going on about? Well, here are the facts. For For 600 years, Maori did nothing to develop or improve New Zealand. That's a fact. That shouldn't offend anybody because that's just the truth. I told you I'm not left wing or right wing, I just tell the truth. They could have, but they didn't. I want to know why. Well, the fact is, the opposite happened. They drove many species to extinction and were self-annihilating. Then the colonials arrived, and through hard work, innovation, and careful planning, they built the entire nation we have today with all its infrastructure, laws, government, hospitals, schools, commerce, systems, everything you see today. To be fair to Maori, Maori were part of the building of New Zealand too. They provided vital labour. But what I want you to get this is this. It wasn't until the colonials arrived that New Zealand took off and has become what it is today. How many seen a Maori on a digger? They're very good at it, right? Anything with machinery, Maori excel. They helped build New Zealand, but they couldn't have done it, and they didn't do it until the colonials arrived. Now, once it's all set up, elite Maori are manoeuvring by stealth to steal the whole lot. What do we call this? It's the Great New Zealand Robbery. The British came to help Maori. Is that true, yes or no? That is so true. British came to help Maori. In return, elite Maori are robbing the rest of us. That's why I'm on tour. Including Maori. They're robbing. All Maori are going to get, all Maori, listen, we got a young, you can't see this on camera, but there's some lovely Maori lady in the front row. She said all Maori are going to get kicked in the butt by this. They are. Even elite Maori are going to get kicked in the butt. Saraparana Nara, he said this, let me acknowledge first that in the whole world, I doubt whether any native race has been so well treated by European people as the Maori. You think I'm being a racist? I'm having a go at Maori? No. This is what the greatest Maori leader in New Zealand said. Here's an analogy, like a businessman sees someone in need and reaches out to help them. The businessman gives the person in need a job. The businessman wants the person in need to be able to feed his children and look after his family. He gives him hope and has a fresh start in life. Then the businessman finds out that the guy he tried to help is stealing from him and his business. Not just stealing money from the till, but his whole business. How would the businessman feel? This is exactly what's happening through co-governance in New Zealand. Now the elite Maori comeback is this, or you stole our land. But I want to show you something here. Dr. Muriel Newman writes this. She's a PhD. Tribes did not lose land. She's done analysis of who sold land and when in our early history. Tribes did not lose land. Tribes sold 24.13 million hectares of New Zealand's total land area of 26.8 million hectares for substantial amounts of money. Claims about the land sales before 1840, about sales between 1840 and 1865, and sales through the Native Land Court are merely claims for more money for those old sales. I did some calculations. 24.13 as a percentage of 26.8 is 90%. So Maori had sold 90% of New Zealand by 1865. Conclusion? The land we are compensating Maori for today has already been paid for, so we're paying twice, sometimes 3 or more times for the same piece of land. So what's happening is this. A Maori sells a bit of land in 1840, says I want 5 quid. Comes back in 1860, says that 5 quid wasn't enough, I want 20 quid. Goes back in 1880 and says that 20 quid's not enough, I want 100 quid. And then he comes back in 1920, says that 100 quid's not enough, I want 500 quid. And then 1980 comes forward and says, I want 7 million. The tribunal says, done. You didn't get enough the first time. How many would you like to have that sort of... Would that be good on your property? If you got paid out every time it went up in value? Shivers, I'd love that. The other elite Maori comeback is this. You confiscated our land. Now, I've sort of touched on this a little bit, but I wanted to see what he says about it. This is Saraparana Nara. This is what he said about land confiscations. Look. Some have said that these confiscations were wrong and that they contravened the articles of the Treaty of Waitangi. The government placed in the hands of the Queen of England the sovereignty and the authority to make laws. Some sections of the Maori people violated that authority. War arose from this and blood was spilled. the law came into operation and land was taken in payment, it was their own chiefs who ceded that right to the Queen. The confiscations cannot therefore be objected to in light of the treaty. You don't hear that today. You hear colonials came in and ripped off Maori, stole all the land, colonised us, Christianised us, and they just pillaged and plundered New Zealand. This is all just spin. It's complete rubbish. Today we have the Criminals Proceedings Recovery Act. Remember that? Look at this. Police seize $500 million worth of cash and assets from gangs and criminals. You know, today, if you're a criminal, like I just said, if you're a criminal and you make proceeds from, you get a lot of money and assets from criminal activity, the police just come and get it. That's the law. It was the law back in 1860 when they confiscated land. It's the law today. What are these guys going to do? These gangs come back in 200 years and say, man, you know what? The Crown took my motorbike 200 years ago. I want it back. It was worth 50,000. Now it's worth 3 million. I want 3 million. No. Bruce Moon says this. Loud assertions today that land was stolen or dispossessed are hypocrisy and mockery of the truth. We're always hearing spin. I want to wrap it up. Here it is. We're finishing. Dr. John Robertson, what's going to happen to New Zealand if we keep going? Many of the activists and iwi leaders intend a totally dual government system with separate Maori and non-Maori houses of parliament and a Maori veto on all legislation. A Maori veto on all legislation means private tribal companies have the final say on everything that goes on in New Zealand, on what laws and legislation are passed and accepted in both houses of parliament. Dr. Robinson goes on to say the words in the Hei Puapua insist that power, full authority, must go to Maori. Then he says this. The proposal of Mai Tiki Mai Aotearoa gives the iwi leadership around 3/4 of the power to rule the entire country together with a veto on the joint sphere the other quarter. Everyone else will be disenfranchised. Disenfranchised means you lose all your rights. This is the blueprint for the complete rule of a New Zealand by a determined minority. Now, here's the conclusion. A tribal raid is in progress in New Zealand. Please don't be naive and easily fooled. Co-governance is not about co-governance. Co-governance is the code for the takeover of New Zealand by tribal companies and their representatives, the end of democracy, the installation of apartheid and separatism into everyday life, the final end game being the installation of full-blown tribal rule. Tribal representatives have openly stated that they want to be in complete control of New Zealand by 2040. That's a fact. Do you know nobody's attacked that? Nobody's attacked this because it's in the public domain. So, if we don't stop co-governance, New Zealand is headed to becoming the Zimbabwe of the South Pacific. Are you happy about that? Do you want that? Come on. Recently, Zimbabwe was rated the most miserable country in the world. We're going to be competing with it if we keep going. So what are we going to do? What's the plan? Repeal all race-based legislation. Launch a Royal Commission to investigate a trail of Treaty of Waitangi fraud and corruption. Vote for the party which is going to completely outlaw co-governance, not just tinker with it. Rearranging the deck chairs. It's got to go completely. You don't muck around with cancer. You don't say, I'll have a little bit of cancer. You get rid of the whole lot. We want to stage peaceful rallies in all cities and towns prior to the election. We all take to the streets on the same day, likely a Sunday at 3 p.m. We need stop co-governance marches against co-governance to stop apartheid, to stop the destruction of democracy, and to stop racial division, to stop racism. You know, I'm fighting against racism. I'm not the guy promoting it. The government is promoting it, and apartheid, I'm the guy trying to stop it. Only a show of solidarity will force our politicians into solid policy legislative commitments to outlaw co-governance. Votes speak most loudly, so only a visible demonstration of voter abhorrence to co-governance will affect real political change. Sign up on our website to get my blog. Ask all your friends to do the same. I want you to donate. Give generously. It costs a lot of money to put these events on. We are totally dependent upon donations. If you want to put it in the bank account when you get home, on the back of the book here, there's a little bank account here that you can put a donation into. It's on the back page of the book. Okay. thank you for coming. Now, thank you for coming to the Stop Co-Governance Invercargill event. Now, any questions? Yes, you got to get the microphones going, please, quick. My boys are mesmerised. Okay, we'll just give these people questions because I'm going to answer all their questions. Yes. Is it on? No, it's off. Okay, it's probably not on. Use the other one. Try the other one. There's two of them there. Oh, I'm sorry about that. See if you can get that going. Is the light on it? You have to get it going, please. Push a pen in there and get it going. Yes, go on. No, you're going to really stuff it up. You know why? This is my understanding of electoral law. To get a Maori seat, you have to have 33,000 people to get a new Maori electorate, Maori seat. For a European, it's 47,000. There's 47,000 people. So if they get more people on the Maori roll, they get more and more Maori seats. And if you go putting yourself on the Maori seat, Maori roll, you're going to push the number of Maoris on the roll up, and they could have 20 or 35 MPs in Parliament. How would you like to have 30 Waititis in there? So just don't do that. I'm glad you asked about that. Don't do that. We have to just stop co-governance and stop this nonsense.
Yeah, just two reflections. The recent report that's come out last week on the future of local government has a really scary provision in it that's gone under the radar. So what it says is that they recommend to central government that they change the laws into New Zealand so that local government, as opposed to central government or the Crown, is now a partner to the treaty. So you can imagine where that will take us. It means local will be open to the Waitangi Tribunal. So that's a really scary thought, and that's the recommendation from that panel, and it sits in a whole lot of other stuff, but it's the scariest one.
No, yeah, go on.
And the other issue is that I keep recalling what a local Ngāi Tahu leader said to me about 3 weeks ago. He said, until we get out of grievance mode, we'll always be victims. And while we're victims, we will never have wellness. And while iwi never has wellness, nor does New Zealand.
Okay, well, that's very true, isn't it? I mean, you can't get clearer than that. Somebody else got a question. Thank you, Nobby.
With what you've said, I just want to know, do you think there's any real threat of a civil war if these people won't give up for what they really, really want? Because
I hope there's never a civil war. Like I say to you, the pen is more powerful than the sword. We want to win it with this and this. But, we have to stop this. There's people I'm getting phoned by people who are saying, once a week people are saying, I've gone out and bought guns. And I say, don't use those, mate. Just let's try and fight this peacefully and try and stop it peacefully. But unfortunately, they're being funded by the government, and, it's a really bad situation. You have to help me, you guys. I'm trying to build a team of people in Invercargill who will get one of my books into every single letterbox in the whole of... That's why I asked you to fill out that bit of paper. We have to work as a team now. You can't be just nice little Kiwis anymore. You have to put on a new thing. Do you know what? When New Zealanders went to war in the Second World War, some of them were just little sheep farmers, and they got into the front line and they had a gun stuck in their hand, and they had to change from being a nice, polite, nice little farmer into a, if you don't kill, you're going to get killed. They had to become soldiers. So you can't just be little complaining Kiwis. You have to rise up and say, we've got to stop this. Not with guns. Sorry?
I said, but not with guns, unless someone misrepresents.
No. I'm never saying with guns. I'm not saying that about guns. I told you at the beginning, I'm not into violence. You fight it with this and this. not this. So no guns. But I'm just saying you have to change your attitude, right? I'm not advocating civil, war, but I'm saying you have to change your attitude because we can't be just nice little Kiwis anymore. You have to say, I'm on the warpath. And we're going to stop this. Is that fair? You can't be, because they want you to lie down and do nothing. Just complain at home. They go, that's perfect. That's what we want. Just stay at home and don't do anything. Yes, sir. I just give him a microphone, please.
Yeah.
Oh, she's been waiting.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go for it.
I hear your heart in this and that you want to see our nation united again. And from what you've said to us, it's already divided.
Mm-hmm.
If co-governance, if what your actions here actually stop the movement of co-governance forward, our nation is already divided. What's going to bring the unity? Because there's an old Hebrew proverb that says, a nation divided against itself, it will fall. So I want to know what it is that you will do. You've spoken out against this, and to be honest, what I've heard, a lot of what I've heard today is actually not stuff is actually going to bring unity. There's a lot of, I'm guessing there's a lot of people here that are feeling quite stirred up and resentful for some of the stuff that you've presented. So I'd like to know what it is that you're going to bring as a solution to the problem.
You have to, I'm hoping that you would not get that from it, but I'm saying this, look, this stuff exists, so we have to face it. Right? We can't just say, let's all love each other and give each other a hug. That's not going to work. You have to say we have to get rid of co-governance completely and we have to reboot New Zealand like you would a computer. New Zealand needs an absolute reboot. Sexualisation of little children in schools, all the co-governance stuff, the screwing of farmers, the infiltration of schools and propaganda in schools. The whole country is rotting. Yeah, but it's not just the whole world. Let's just focus. Don't worry about the whole world. Worry about Invercargill and our country. Because we're in serious trouble. And if we don't get rid of, we can rebuild the country if we get rid of these things and reboot New Zealand like a computer. That is what's going to bring. We lived in a country in the 70s and 80s when I was, going to school where there was none of this. And there was no co-governance.
There was also a Muldoon dictatorship at the time, and he'd sold out to big global bankers.
Yeah, but that didn't bring racial division. We have to reboot the hard drive of this country. That's what's going to happen. Yes, sir. Yes, madam. Sorry, you're next.
We have a weekly newspaper that comes in our
Put it right up to your mouth, please.
We have a weekly newspaper that's free that comes in our letterbox every Thursday. And it's called The Express, and I looked at it the other day, and I went onto the real estate section, and out fell was this A3 Treaty of Waitangi thing, and I couldn't find out who's paying for it, but you mentioned some historic...
That's Te Raparana Ngāta.
Yeah.
That's a basic reproduction of his book called The Treaty of Waitangi, an Explanation, and it wasn't paid for by me. It was paid for to go into all newspapers by the Centre of Political Research, Muriel Newman and her husband Frank. But they got donations to do that, to put an insert in there, and I've got to go over that to have a look at what they've actually printed.
Well, yeah, it's all in last Thursday's
I know.
Express.
Yeah, so that wasn't me who did that, but I think it was a wonderful idea. Wasn't it?
That's the one.
I think it was a great idea. Okay, next question. Yeah. Somebody down the back.
Oh, kia ora everyone. Hey, first of all, I just wanted to kind of make a quick comment about how amazingly passive and amazing listeners you all are this evening. You've listened for 3 hours without even questioning anything or without even stirring in your seats. So may I suggest you all go to university and listen to some lectures because, yeah, you all listen very, very well. So congratulations. Pardon?
That's called manners. Question time is now.
Oh, yeah, no.
What's your question?
Great manners. I just wanted to know, as a show of hands, how many people have been to university in this room? Oh, jeepers, okay. So I recommend it because that's where you're going to hear the truth and you're going to hear, so.
Thank you.
I hope you got that. Can you tell me anything untruthful that you heard tonight? Were there any of the speeches of the chiefs untruthful?
I just want to ask just a question because I am a Christian too, and I believe that God wants unity for our people. He doesn't want division at all. And so I just want to see, has anyone got grandchildren or children that have been in Polyfest in Invercargill? Could you put your hand up if you've had grandchildren or children in Polyfest, or you have been to Polyfest? Okay, awesome. Please put your hand up if you have been to the Matariki Festival at Queen's Park and seen the lights there. Okay, has this added to our community? Has it? No. Please use your manners. You were talking about manners before, so please use your manners. But it's not your time yet. It's my time to talk. Okay, I just want us to think about what is happening within our community and with our children it's positive. You think about all those things that are positive. You never lose who you are by learning something more about somebody else. Hands up if you've been overseas. Yeah, no. Oh, please. Most people have been overseas because they want to grow who they are as a person or who they are as a community. We've had 3 hours of it, mate. But anyway.
Okay, hang on.
No. This is a comment about our society. It's not a question, it's a comment. Okay? No. I just want to say, think carefully about the message that's been said tonight, because I'm about unity. God's about unity. He is not about separating people and causing a them and us.
Okay,
and that's what I feel.
I'll make a comment to that. Let me just comment on that. You know what? You talk about this as being a Christian. I want to bring the camera over here. Unity is always got to be based on truth. You only get unity when it's based on truth. Everything that's happening about co-governance is not based on truth. It's based on deceit, lies, and trickery. Now, you can't build unity like that. It has to start from truth. That's a fact. You have to build unity on truth. If you try and build unity on trickery, deceit, and lies, it'll fall over. The house that was built on sand was washed away because it was built not on truth. I'm telling the truth tonight, so you've got to rebuild everything about the treaty that we've been taught. Matariki and all that sort of stuff, in my opinion, is brainwashing, and it's propaganda, and it's grooming the country for tribal takeover. Maori signs on road signs are just nothing but propaganda and grooming. Maori words in legislation all through our country forcing te reo is nothing to do with preserving the Maori language. It has to do with grooming the population for tribal takeover. That's my opinion. It's what I believe. Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion, but I don't agree with you. Hang on a minute. It's not your time to have a big talk.
My question was just in regards to, I guess, off the back of that, in regards to the media stuff that you've been talking about, as someone working in the media who understands how the media works, and whose role, dare I say it, is actually funded by that very fund that you're talking about, and who has read the full legislation there, that I've never had any control from government. So I was wondering, what is it that drew you to concluding that means that government trying to help promote media and fund good media, what's driven you to believe that means they're controlling the media?
Because it's in the contract.
But that's not what the contract, yeah.
You're wrong. That's what the contract says. I've got proof of the most... you want to... Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
I was just going to say, I can answer your question. Right? I've had editors of major newspapers say to me that they won't touch on the co-governance provisions of Three Waters. I've written articles about it. They won't print them because they've told me, these are two large media editors, have told me they will breach the provisions of that fund. That what we've had up there today is only a slight touch on the conditions. The conditions talk about lots of other things as well, and they just won't go with anything that criticises iwi.
Well done, Nobby. Okay, take that. I think what we'll do is we have one. No. I think probably like it's. Are you quite happy to be? It's 10:30. Do you want to close it now? Do you want to keep the discussion going? Okay. Yes, give this guy a question. Hang on. Let's be polite, please. Let's be polite.
So all this information that you've gathered and presented beautifully, are you aware of any of this being used as a challenge to the government's interpretation of the Treaty of Waitangi?
Well, without you guys moving around too much, let me say this. We've distributed 350,000 of these booklets. We're just about to print another 100,000. That's nearly 500,000 of these books. These are people all around New Zealand who are enormously concerned about co-governance. What do you think? What do you think Mr. Luxon and Mr. Hipkins and the leaders of the Green Party are going to think when 500,000 people are actually going to be extremely concerned about co-governance and want it expunged from government? They're going to say we have to take co-governance seriously. The more people who become mobilised against co-governance, the more politicians will get interested, because the only thing that interests them is votes. So if we can get a show of strength against co-governance, we can stop it. We have to. So we're strategizing right now. We're getting funding right now. We're getting, look, if you think that $55 million public interest journalism fund is what I've said here is not true, look at all the articles that have come out about me saying I'm teaching rubbish. They're completely against us. It's everything I've shown in the contract is true. It's out there in the papers. Just look in the papers. Yes, madam.
I just want to know how many people here actually. I don't need that. How many people here actually.
No, hey, could you use the mic, because he wants it for the camera. Thank you.
Just speak into it.
Just speak into it.
I just want to know how many people here stand at the corner Burger King, that's the one. By Burger King, with us 5 that do every week. Everybody stands here and says, oh, co-governance, co-this, co-that, friggin' school shit, all the rest of it, but nobody else stands there with us. Nobody else helps B-Man, Miriam and I with the barbecues. None of you turn up.
Maybe they didn't know about it. No, this is a lady you're trying to stop co-governance, right, and some other things.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And you want some supporters.
We do. We stand there. We've got all this information up. And said, not for a long time.
Okay, now they know about it, you might get some help, hopefully.
Everybody knows we're here.
Okay. All right, another question?
It's a small question, I promise. I'm not going to waste much of your time. I just want to know, in the future, do you think that, so you say you reference everything, and that's katipai, all good, but will you reference the other things that you're saying? The kiriru on, the flight path of the kiriru, the people being dragged on the land, all that sort of thing. Oh, the ripping of your arms. I know that's not a very nice thing. I know that your land being taken is not a very nice thing. I just was wondering if in the future you would consider putting that up there as well, so that we can have some solid stone to stand on and all that sort of thing. When you're talking about that.
What you want put up there? I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Well, you said you reference everything and that, everything you say is true. I just want to see some, solid evidence of what you're saying.
You'd like to see the footage of my arms being ripped up?
No. Oh, no. The flight path of the kiriru and the people being dragged on the land, you're saying it's not a pa, but obviously people have reasons to believe that your land is a pa. We're just wondering. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to the speaker. No. It's all right.
Yeah, but
I don't mind what you say.
What do you want? What do you want from me? I'm not clear what you want from me.
What was that? Sorry.
What they claims are made against you and your land are not true.
It's true.
Thank you. Oh, you want me to prove it?
Yeah. just want evidence.
Okay, that's proving it. Yeah, okay. Well, I could easily provide that because the police have got all the records of the footage of the lady who scraped her hands down my thing here. What was the other one you want? You want the Kiraroo. The guy, I've got his number. I got all his details, and he can show you the letter that he got from the government department saying your land has been reclassified because it's in the flight path of a Kiraroo. Is that what you're wanting?
Yes. And then I do want to hear it. Please, I do. I'm asking if he would consider in the future if you would show that. And then one more. Oh, yeah, I'll take it. And then, Churakazi bro, let's have a kai at the marae. Can we just have a wee screenshot of that as well? Because I think that would be pretty cool.
If you
Chuck it up on the
if you
page.
email me, I'm quite happy to provide all that.
Thank you. Clearly you people have come to create a bit of disturbance. So, we came to listen to the message. We like the message. If you don't like the message, just leave quietly. Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions? Because you want questions. Then there's an elderly gentleman down the back. You'll be next to...
I came because of this thing that was in the paper, and it had a picture of water, and I'm really concerned about water, and that's what I was hoping to hear about today. People can't vote against co-governance unless they actually understand a reason why they need to vote against it, and they haven't got time to listen to everything that you've said. Is there anything about water that you can tell us that will happen that is bad enough for people to understand they need to vote against co-governance?
Well, Nobby Clark knows more about the water than anybody else. So, Māori want control of all the water. That's it.
So he's quite right. So while Ngāi Tahu will defend this, they have a High Court case in Christchurch for the ownership of water in the Takiwā, which is basically Kaikoura and South. It's been suspended for a little while. I think they're waiting for the outcome of the Three Waters reform. If it goes the way they go, they get a 50% control and they have a total veto right. So that's what they'd want. If they don't get that, I think the High Court case will be reactivated.
Good one. Thanks. Another question. Thanks, Nobby. Another question, the man right down the back.
Yeah, I'd just like to firstly just thank Nobby Clark for being a spokesperson for sort of the local government sector. It's really good to have somebody of his profile actually speaking up about it. And in response to one of the other ladies who spoke down the front about being one of 5 outside Burger King, I think she needs to understand that there are a lot of people around Southland and around the country that are supporting you in other ways that you may not be aware of, particularly in regards to local government. There is an incredible representation of people that I like to call patriots who are strongly against co-governance, that are working within the local government sector down here that were elected last year. Despite what the local media says, that there are only supposedly 2 in the southern area, they're just fools. There are at least a dozen, probably closer to 20, across the Southland region alone. So don't feel alone. There are a lot of people that are on your side and support what you do.
Well done, Nobby. Anybody else? Are we just about done? Oh, we got a man here. Yep. Hi, bro.
Yeah, all right. Some of you know me, and I bring some knowledge to this topic. What you're doing is pretty good, Julian. But it's part of a bigger picture. It's part of a bigger picture against big predatory government, big regulatory government. I mean, this is only one threat, and it's a serious one. But you've got things like the Parliamentary Council Office, which is the most effective example in the Western world of manufactured legislation. New Zealand creates legislation faster and in greater volume per capita than any other country in the OECD. Robert Jones just published a report 3 weeks ago that New Zealand is now number 43 out of 47 OECD countries for rising debt. So what we see is the co-governance issue is a very important one, but it's only one arm of the takeover of New Zealand by large global banking corporations and other things that exist at a level much higher than our central government, let alone our local government. So
we need the second one. Okay, just keep going with your natural voice, young man. It's okay.
Even if you should manage to be successful in defeating this, you'll still be up against a very, very large globalist agenda, which is moving inexorably forward through climate change agendas, carbon taxing, methane emissions, international treaties and harmonisation around medicines, around surveillance, around all sorts of things. What you're dealing with is the manufacture and establishment of a global, totalitarian, high-tech, artificial intelligence police state. And so this is part of the battle, people, but it's not the whole battle. This is only one chapter, and you've done a great job, Julian, in your chapter. So if you manage to be successful in defeating this, you've still got about a dozen other battles to fight ahead of you. So, so this is a good issue to get warmed up on. It's something that you can get your head around, but there's a lot of other stuff happening out there too, and this is a time of increasingly great danger. So that's all.
Thanks very much. Good one. Thank you. Okay, I think we might wrap it up here because it's getting late, and we seem to have, So, hey, thank you for coming. Tomorrow night, same place, same time. So I hope you'll bring your friends, and you can come back. Some people have been to this session about 3 or 4 times, and they become really good at the treaty. And because I've got to get you good on the treaty so that you can detect lies from error, and you know what's happening when you read stuff out there in society about the treaty and everything, and now you know the truth. Okay, thank you so much for coming. Have a great night.
Discuss the way it's been going.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they're waiting for me.
What did you think of the meeting tonight?
Oh, I really enjoyed it. It's very eye-opening. Yes.
Oh, it was splendid. I was really quite surprised with that last gentleman who gave that wee talk beforehand. Tex somebody, I think his name is. He's quite a well-respected, well-learned person of the community.
I don't know anything about
it. Like what?
What did you learn from it tonight?
I learned a lot, but there's a lot to take in, but I think there's a lot of things that need to be looked at, a hell of a lot. And the sooner we start, the better. Yeah, that's the problem, is you can't get all the information in one night.
That's all
Get up in front. What did you think of the meeting tonight?
Yes, it was really good. Really enjoyed it. Very informative. Very informative. Yep. Lots. I didn't really know much about the treaty at all, but now I understand it a lot better. What's that? Yeah, definitely. Have a little look at it.
I don't want to be interviewed. It was good to learn some things. I haven't had an in-depth study of the treaty for, well, since I was at school. How do you put it? The meaning of the words and who wrote it in the whole sequence of events. I thought that was interesting, and I think it would be, and that's what I wanted. I just wanted to learn something.
Did I? Oh, it's because I can't shut my mouth. It's like everybody, but.
Facebook page, probably.
Well, actually, last week it dried off. It's been but it's all right. I don't do it for the money. I do it because it's spare time. Definitely. I'm just trying to stay quite up to date. School holidays, one more week of holidays. Completely up to date with lots of people. Kids. education. Yeah, it's good enough. I always thought there was a mistranslation, but turns out that was deliberately later on. No, it's very, very interesting. Yeah, I was
Hi, Bevan, how are you? Getting away from the cameraman.
No, stay there right in front of it. Well, just stay here.
What? Do I have to? I don't like it. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. Found out a lot of information, which a lot of it I knew anyway, but because I follow a lot of stuff and do a lot of my own research and that as well. But yeah, he did cover some points that I didn't know. So yeah, it was definitely informative.
It's the bigger box here. And was around here somewhere. Thank you, guys. Did you get all that? Yeah. It's a special box. Okay.